go. Let's go. I hope everyone has been well.
Enough Tim Tam Slams.
Uh-oh.
They've been subscribed for 10 months.
Jason the Bruce. Subscribe for 10 months. That's almost a year, dude. What the hell, man? Thank you, Jason the Bruce. How are you, my friend? Clive. How are you, my friend? Hi, Crouch. My first time with you on Farm Sim. I'm loving this game. I'm loving this game. I've just recorded 3 episodes today, which need to be edited, and we're back in for a little bit of Farming Simulator 25 live here on Crouch After Dark. I know there hasn't been a great deal of Star Citizen. I'm really enjoying this game, and I hope people can understand that, you know, I'm really enjoying this game. What's happened to my camera? Why am I so far over to the side? This seems a little strange to me. Oh, watch my camera disconnect. Yeah, amazing. There we go. That's a little bit better. It's so much fun. So much fun. I'm not gonna lie, I don't really understand the appeal of Farm Sim, but maybe by watching you today, I will understand it. I don't know. It's just a really chill, relaxing time. You know, it's fun. There's progress. Every month there's progress. Bear with me for just 1 second. That was the household intercom. It's super fun. It's super fun. I think we're, you know, up to, 68 hours now in this saved game. It's so much fun. You've had health problems, Clive, and you're fighting back. Well, I'm glad to hear that you're fighting back, mate, and I'm very sorry to hear about your health problems. You understand the frustration of Star Citizen, Jason? You're not playing right now? Oh, well, look, it's not that I'm frustrated with Star Citizen. It's just that I'm really enjoying Farm Sim because I feel like I'm making progress all the time. Every time I play, you know, I've got a goal in mind. And, you know, when I can achieve that goal, it makes a noticeable difference to the farm. Like in the previous episode, if you ever get over to Crouch's Farm, there's a link in the video description, or you can go to youtube.com/@Crouch's Farm. In the previous episode, which will be up in a couple of days, I finally managed to buy a plow. It was a tiny, tiny plow, and it took a long time to do the job, but I finally managed to merge together all 3 of my fields, which we'll see in just a moment, to make one huge, big grass field. It's been something I've been wanting to do for ages, and we finally got the money together, you know, to do that. We've got more goats on the farm. We've got 3 pens now. It's out of control. We'll get into it in a minute. But you know how, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Bumfluff, how are you? Farm Sim is so addictive. It's so much fun. We need to get a Tim Tam Slam out of the way. Now, I'm so full of pizza right now that there's going to be no big hullabaloo about the Tim Tam Slam tonight. Maybe tomorrow night when we do a bit of Star Citizen, there'll be a bit of hullabaloo. But you know what it is, right? It's 2 chocolate biscuits with a little bit of chocolate in the middle. It's all coated in chocolate. We're going to use it like a straw. Oh, God. There's too much pizza, man. I just want to play Farm Sim. I just want to chill out. I want to listen to some cool music. I've been rewatching Clarkson's Farm while I play. It's so funny. Tim Tams are just penguins? Pretty much. It's a very similar biscuit. Although the Tim Tam is better in my opinion. I've had both. Both slam really nicely. With our biscuit properly prepared, we've bitten off both corners. It exposes the inside of the biscuit. We're going to use this biscuit like a straw. I've got a delicious hot chocolate here with a Cadbury's drinking chocolate. When that runs out, I use Milo, but the Cadbury's drinking chocolate is just so good. We're going to use our biscuit straw to slurp up that drink. It's going to melt the inside of this biscuit. It's going to turn it into a gooey, delicious mess. And we're going to put it in our mouth and it's going to be delicious. Oh, yeah. Oh. Star Citizen can be fun, Jason, but it's just so much work at the moment. I need a break until it becomes closer for a bit. Yeah. Other Fig, how are you, my friend? From what you hear, Jason, Tim Tams put the penguin to shame. Tim Tams are so good. So good. Let's jump in. So we're back. It's November, 8 o'clock in the morning. We've just woken up at Walter's abandoned farm. Make our way over to the farmstead. Welcome back. I'm not sure if this is episode 15 or episode 16. We are recording this episode live over on Crouch After Dark. Let me put the chat on. It's nice to have the chat there when we record these episodes live. Not that I think, people are rereading that during, the episodes that you might watch on Crouch's Farm. YouTube.com/@Crouch's Farm. There's links in the video descriptions to everywhere I am. Crouch After Dark. If you want to come and hang out with me live, either here on YouTube or on Twitch, there'll be links in the video description. I'd love to see you there. I'd love to have you in the chat because I'm still learning how to play this game. We are playing City Slicker to Farmer. I live in the city. I would like to at some stage be a farmer, have 20 acres in the countryside, and I have no idea what I'm doing. I've never played Farm Simulator before, although we have now over the last, whatever it is, 14, 15, 16 episodes, amassed an incredible 68 hours, I think, in Farm Sim. 25. I'm thoroughly enjoying this. We started with only 100 grand, which is the minimum amount of money you can have. No equipment, no land. We're not allowed to lease equipment. We're not allowed to take loans. There's lots of contracts we can't do because we just don't have the equipment to do it. And we've been slowly building up our farm. We now own this huge, well, it's not huge. We've merged together 3 fields down here on the southwestern side of town. We're obviously here in the lovely little rural township of Zelonka, I think it's called. And our aim at the moment is to buy up the western side of town here. And we've made a start down here on the southwestern side of town. We've got 3 fields. Let's head over and visit the farm. Goats in the background. The aim of City Slicker to Farmer is to amass 2,000 goats. Again, if you've watched some of the previous episodes, you'll know that in a earlier stage of my life, my dad and I were going to become goat farmers. That never happened. So I'm recreating that lost world here in Farm Sim 25. We've got 3 goat pens now. This was the original one, pen 1, 25 goats. And I put 2 smaller pens in here. Both have 19 goats in them. And they're all very happy. They're all very well fed, watered, producing milk. And here are our 3 fields. Finally, all not very well plowed. You can see my lines aren't exactly straight, but all finally plowed into one huge, ginormous field. It needs fertilizing. It needs rolling. There's things to do on the farm. So if you want to come and hang out with me live, I'd love to have you in the chat. I really need all the help I can get. There's our tiny little plow, badly in need of a wash. We might haul that over to our pressure washer in a minute and give that a bit of a clean down. So, produce. It's November. Got a little bit of lettuce. My priority at the moment is getting the field fertilized because currently some sections aren't fertilized at all. Oh, 50% fertilized. Lovely. This section needs rolling because this is the new section that we plowed. I think some sections will be fertilized. Some sections won't be fertilized at all. Here we go. Oh, little section. This is my Clarkson's Run right here. I've really been enjoying Clarkson's Run. It's Clarkson's Run, Clarkson's Farm. It's been so much fun. Motherfig in the chat says 2,000 goats. That's a lot of goats. Yes. Let's go. Jason says, if you're watching this after the fact, subscribe to the man on YouTube. He deserves it. It's bollocking hot in the UK right now, is it, Motherfig? 30 degrees. That's lovely. So I didn't, we were up all night in the previous episode trying to get this field plowed and seeded. And just as I was doing this last little strip here, the time ticked over from midnight to 12:01 and the rest of the grass grew. But this little section here didn't grow. So we've missed a little section. But it's time to jump into the good old John Deere down here and get some fertilizer on this field. First task of the day. I've got a feeling today might be a day of contracts. Oh, let's check our silage while we're here. If this is fully fermented, we've got some stuff to sell. Greenhouses aren't producing a lot at the moment. 38%. Okay, so this needs another month or so to fully ferment. And then we can sell that silage. All right, that's okay. It might be a month of contracts. It happens. The farm is still small. It is still growing. Let's get into this fertilizing. Gets out the rolling pin to flatten out the plants. I need to organize a roller. We need shedding. I don't have a home yet. We're a year in and still homeless. We've been putting all of our money into the farm. And it's going to be a while, I think, before we can get ourselves a little trailer home. All right, let's pick up our pallet of fertilizer, which we'll need to recharge our little hopper at the back there. Where's our sweet spot? There we go, refill the fertilizer. Perfect. All right, let's get our GPS system on to help us out a little bit. The steering assist. Keep our lines on for the fertilizer because it's difficult to see. Rhino, my friend, how are you? OMG, Twitch notifications are way late. Well, thank you, Rhino, for joining me. How are you, my friend? I hope you are well. All right, let's get some fertilizer onto this field, hey? It's bloody hot. Motherfig was saying it's 30 degrees there right now. That's a nice day, man. 30 degrees is warm, I'll grant you. But I don't know if it's bloody hot. Maybe for the British it's bloody hot. I've rewatched Clarkson's Farm up to the final episodes of season 4 as I've been playing Farm Sim and recording episodes, and it's so much fun. It's so much fun. I've really been enjoying it. So you'll have to excuse me if you're hanging out with me live here for the first time. Normally, when I've got my camera off, we're time-lapsing stuff. And then when I've got my camera on, I'm talking both to you guys and obviously to the recording that will go up on Crouch's Farm. So slightly different than what we normally do in terms of the style of the stream. But it's kind of required if I want to have, time lapses in the videos that go up on Crouch's Farm to not have my face on the screen, just yabbering away there in the corner. And there's a lot of field work. Not just on my farm, but also in terms of the contract work that we'll end up doing. And so the videos need to have a fair amount of time lapse in them. Otherwise, You know, I do cut through some of the time lapses sometimes, start the time lapse and then, you know, cut out half of the field work and then just fade back in towards the end of it. Oh, hot chocolate is so good. So normally when we're doing our live streams, we'll do a little bit of the field work and then I'll chuck the camera on and have a chat with you guys who are watching live, and then we'll turn the camera off as we sort of get towards the end of the field. All right, that's our headlands done. We can go ahead and do our ups and downs. Normally I don't like to have the GPS lines on, but when I'm fertilizing it, it really helps because it's very difficult otherwise to be able to see what's going on. When you're cultivating or something like that, you can quite easily see where you've been and where you haven't. Let's get that hopper recharged. We've only got a little 300 litre hopper. And as our grass fields continue to grow, we're going to need a bigger hopper. That's something we can look at later on when we have more cash buck dollary-doos and a more powerful tractor. But at the moment, this little John Deere is seeing us through. So just talking to the live chat just then about the hopper. I quickly brought up the menu and refilled the hopper. As the quantities of grass field that we have continue to grow, we're going to need a bigger fertilizer. So at some stage when we've got some cash buck dollary-doos and a bigger tractor, we'll be able to upgrade our little fertilizer spreader here on the back to one of the bigger tanks. This is only throwing out, I think, 17 meters wide. If we can get one of the bigger ones that do 42 meters, that makes everything way easier. But we only have this one grass field at the moment, so it's not really a huge issue. But as our grassland continues to grow, we're going to need to have, a bigger fertilizer. Let's get this field done, and then we'll see what other jobs. There's not many other jobs we need to do around the farm. Probably water the goats. I don't know. We'll see what we need to do. It's the humidity that kills you, hey Rhino? Yeah, hot and humid's not nice. Hot and humid's definitely not nice. Yeah, if you haven't checked out Croucher's Farm yet on YouTube, it's a whole video dedicated to the episodes. They're about an hour long each. I think the first one was 2 hours, the intro. Go and check it out if you want to follow along on the progress so far. It's been great fun. It's been really nice to be able to, edit the videos and just, produce a little bit of content that those people who are interested in Farm Simulator, hopefully would enjoy. Right, that's the field fully fertilized, hopefully. Well, maybe not fully fertilized, because some of it will still be 50% fertilized. And the rest of it will be 100% fertilized. The 50% fertilized areas of the field are those that we've plowed and put new seeds into to expand the field out. So I don't know when I need to put a second round of fertilizer on these. Like if I do it now, I guess we could just find out, hey, if I put a second round of fertilizer on, or if I need to wait a month before I put a second round of fertilizer on. I don't know. I guess let's find out. We'll just do a little bit of it. And then we'll have a look. Let's turn that off. Yeah, so it still says 50%. And Bumfluff in the live chat is telling me I need to wait for a growth stage between fertilizer stages. Okay, so we need to wait for the next stage. That's okay. We'll do another round in December, and then should be good to cut in January. But the field is all done. So instead of having 1, 2, 3 roads up to the farm, 1, 2, 3, 4 roads up to the farm, we now have 2. One on this side of the field and another one on the other side over there. It doesn't look like there's a lot to do. There's certainly not a lot of produce coming out of the greenhouses at the moment. Let's deposit some stuff here. Eventually we're going to buy this field next door. But at the moment, no possible. I think it's about 50 grand. And we don't have space to put any more goat pens at the moment, so I guess that will be our next major purchase is picking up the next piece of real estate. Let's jump out, have a look at our greenhouses, see what's happening here. Water runs are never my favorite. 11,000 liters, plenty of water in here. I definitely need a bigger water tank. This little one that I have, 2,000 liters, is really not sufficient. 583 liters in the goat pen. You can see the stats in the bottom right. 811 liters. They've got plenty of food. The meadow is slightly down. Obviously, we're moving into winter. 829 liters. So the goats will need some milk at some stage. Need some water at some stage. The milk slowly filling up. 500 liters in this one here. Not much to do around the farm, sadly. Not much to do around the farm. One thing I do want to do, I'm not sure how much of a difference it makes keeping your equipment clean, but it is quite nice to use the pressure washer to wash off equipment and make it all clean. And I'm not sure how much it influences how quickly things get damaged or how often they need to be repaired. The tractor is certainly in a dire state and desperately needs to be taken up to the mechanic shop and repaired a little bit. It's 41% damaged. Our plow 1% damaged. Let's give it a quick wash. Clean it down again. I don't know how vital this is to keeping things, in a damaged-free state, but it's nice to have clean equipment. We'll give this a little spray down. Pressure washing simulator. Look at those furrows there. Shiny and clean. It's only a little is it 1.2 meters wide or 1.5 meters wide? I think it's 1.2. Nice and clean. Slash joining us on Twitch. How are you, my friend? Guess you need cows so you can milk your goats. The goats do need milk. All right, that's that. I'm not really going to need this plow again for quite some time. That's why I didn't mind buying the small plow rather than saving up getting a bigger plow, for which I'd need a bigger tractor, because I don't really need it, at this stage. I'm not really doing a huge amount of plow work. Here you can see the difference, right? Where I've really extended the field right out to the roadway. Normally there's quite this large verge, but I've taken it all the way to the roadway to really maximize the size of that field. I don't know how big it is now. I don't know if they tell you in the map. Oh yes, please save the content. Yeah. It doesn't give you an overall size of the field, but 1.8 acres, 1.4, what's that, 2.8, 3.2, 4.8, sort of somewhere around 4.8 acres, a little bit less, 4.5, because we've got this back part of the property that it's also including in its calculations. So not a huge field, sadly. That is the only farm work that we have. Deadwood contracts out on the western side of town. Go cut some trees down. Bunch of cultivating contracts. All reasonably large fields. Harvesting, which we can't do. Oh, a mowing contract. I enjoy a bit of mowing. Out on field 29. We do have some ploughing contracts, but, you know, with our tiny little plough, these contracts would take forever. Especially these bigger fields here, 4 acres, to plough this whole field with our tiny little plough. Oh, speaking of tiny little ploughs, what's in the shop today? In the used vehicle sale. Okay, nothing fantastically interesting. Bucket we don't need, couple of headers, which we don't need. The hell is this thing? A slurry distributor can be attached to suitable slurry tanks. No need. This machine can collect sugar beets from the ground and tips them into a trailer. That's a bit of a bummer. No tractors. No tractors. All right, I guess it's a month of field work. So be it. Let the grind commence. Let's drop off that front loader attachment. We'll go get some fieldwork tools. There's a mower up the back here. We'll grab the mower. We'll grab the cultivator. I think one of those mowing contracts was quite close to some of the cultivating contracts. And we'll get some of these done. Need mods for that, do I, Rhino? What's that for? To show the size of the field that I've modified. I see. Yeah, I don't have many mods installed. I've got the mods that make the silage bales look a little bit more realistic. I did have another one. I can't remember what it is. Oh yes, and the screenshot mod that hides the HUD. Yep, nicely done. Oh, good lord. What the? The cedar is really in the way, or I have parked the cultivator quite badly. Normally I have the hitches facing outwards. We'll accept all these cultivating contracts. Oh, they're all so close together. This is perfect.
You are fine.
And then the
for a violation of the verbal morality statute.
for failing to hitch properly the first time. And then the mowing contract is at field 29, so this is perfect. This is a nice group of contracts. All right, let's go. Oh, the good old gutters. The gutters have Star Citizen physics. They're like solid. You bounce off of the gutters, man. Yeah, it's good fun. It's nice and chill, this game. It's the sort, especially when you're doing big fields and the field work, you've got cruise control on, you've got GPS active, and you know, you got to make small minor adjustments here and there. But it's the sort of stuff that you can just chill out, have something on in the background. Like I said, I've been rewatching Clarkson's Farm, and it's been so much fun. Watch out, people. Mowed and cultivated those two people. You can't compare this to Star Citizen. You haven't crashed into a planet once yet. Oh God, we need fuel. I'm gonna run out of petrol again for the 5th time. I need a fuel tank on my own property. This game could be so much better with a better engine. Everything could always be better. But I'm loving it for what it is. Slash, how are you, my friend? Alrighty. Field 32. Let's set up our GPS. What does it want us to do? 4 headlands. Don't need our lines on. Let's go. You got plenty. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I've run out of petrol 4 times now. It's so good. The little fuel tank is not that expensive. Obviously, I need to pay for the fuel, but I could have my own fuel tank over at the farm, and then every time I run out of fuel, you know, every time I'm back at the farm, I can just refuel. So we're going to pick up 4 contracts. 32, field 7, field 18, all super close. Then that mowing contract over on field 29. 4 contracts, all super close to each other. Yes, I was saying I'm up to the last couple of episodes of season 4 of Clarkson's Farm. Season 5 has been confirmed. I'm so excited. I'm going to go back to season 1 again. It's just, there's so many parts in that show that are just absolutely hilarious. That you know, it's been real nice. It's been real nice to have it on in the background while I've been recording some of the more recent episodes of Crouch's Farm. But it'd be nice once I can get a bigger tractor, get some bigger implements, really cut down on the time it takes to do these contracts, because at the moment it is brutally slow. I mean, we've still got what is essentially a starting tractor and a starting cultivator. You know, this one's only 4 meters wide. The John Deere only has 114 horsepower. And obviously the bigger the implements you're pulling, the more power you need. So upgrading the tractor will be nice. I've been keeping an eye out in the used vehicle sales for a second-hand tractor. Otherwise, you know, we'll just save up our cash buck dollary dues and probably pick up the AgroStar next. It's a medium-sized tractor, 230 horsepower. Quite a lot more than this little John Deere. Can't have a front loader attachment on it, but that's okay. So Jason the Bruce, my friend, this is a large portion of the game, field work. Up and down. Well, right now we're just going around the perimeters doing the headlands. We do these first because it gives us space to turn around inside the field when we're doing our ups and downs. And so for this size implement that I've got, I need to do 4 laps of the perimeter, 4 headlands. That'll give me space to turn around. And then we can do our ups and downs. So you're either ploughing, mowing, cultivating, harvesting, seeding, adding lime, depends on what options you've got switched on. Adding lime, adding fertilizer, picking stones out of the field with different implements. We're doing storm farm work. And then our produce, which is being produced on our farm. Right now I've just got some greenhouses and some goats. The greenhouses are producing all different sorts of vegetables and stuff, and the goats obviously producing goat's milk. There's all different sorts of factories and stuff you can build. Like we'll end up with a whole bunch of dairies on Crouch's farm producing, producing products from all the goat's milk. Technically, you should do the middle of the field first, you reckon, Bumfluff? And then do the headlands. Otherwise, you are driving over the headlands you have cultivated. Yeah, that's true. In game, it makes no difference. But in real life, you would be compacting the soil you just cultivated. Yeah, that's very true. That's very true. Now, which way are our lines going? Left to right. Yeah, I desperately need a more powerful tractor for some of these fields, that have rather steep hills. The tractor really, really struggles. Twitch is broadcasting a new follower on it, sir.
Fusion_Skiak is now following on Twitch. Welcome to After Dark.
Fusion, my friend, Fusion Oski. How are you? I hope you are well. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. Thanks for hanging out with me here at Crouch After Dark as we enjoy a little bit of Farm Simulator 25. Cruising up and down fields, getting a little bit of field work done, doing a few contracts. Not much to do on our own farm this month. Oh, I've got my time set wrong. That should be at times 5, not 0.5. So the day goes past quicker. Otherwise, it's very tempting just to grind contracts. And, I don't really want to be just grinding out contracts. I want the days to progress. As each day I've got the time scale, the calendar, I guess, set to, 1 day is 1 month. That's the default. And so as each month progresses, the crops grow, produce is produced. But if I'm just scooting along at, real time, 1 time speed or 0.5, which I did in some of the earlier episodes just to keep grinding out contracts. God, I did so many wood transport contracts. They are good fun. I do enjoy doing them from the cab in first person view. Yeah, so if you're after something that's just super chill, I'm really enjoying this game. Try harvesting sunflowers. I'm thinking about starting another series. Obviously, this one, City Slicker to Farmer, is our series dedicated to building ourselves a goat empire. 2,000 goats is the goal. Before I consider this City Slicker an actual farmer. If anyone knows of any good brewery mods, let me know. Either post it up in the chat or on Discord. I've looked at a couple of brewery mods. I'm very, very keen to have a brewery and pig farm called Pigs and Little, which is the name of my home brewery. Everyone who home brews gives their brewery a name. Mine is Pigs and Little. And so, yeah, I'd love to have pigs and a brewery. You've been enjoying the Isle, playing as a dinosaur in a definitely not Jurassic Park type world. I haven't heard of it. I'll have to check it out. Playing as a dinosaur, hey? Is that a dinosaur survival game? Yeah, I like the idea of having a second series running in parallel. I've been watching a lot of Daggerwin recently, and he's got a couple of series on the go, which, at the moment I'm only watching his $0 multiplayer challenge. I've really been enjoying Syrup's Rags to Riches series. But it would be nice to, have a few other things to do. So if I had a second series running in parallel, with a brewery and a pig farm, then that would be sweet. I've got to have a look through the mods, really. I don't know if you can, I'm assuming there's a butcher's shop and all that sort of stuff. I'm not sure how, woke Giants are in terms of, not having butchers and all that sort of stuff. I did read somewhere that there's no official mods for breweries, again, because they want to keep the game, PG related, and alcohol and distilleries and all that sort of stuff. I think, it's the same reason Lego doesn't produce anything that has, real world guns in it. No World War II figures or anything like that. You can get a lot of that stuff in a third party market, but pretty much. Hey Jason, check out Bosch Plays. He shows it off quite well. I'll have a look. The Isle, hey. Oh, another game to explore. It's really nice actually playing some other games. And not just playing them, but, sharing my experiences as a first-time player here in Farming Simulator 25, or any of the Farming Simulator series. And not just playing Star Citizen, which I've played for years and years, pretty much exclusively. I mean, I played a little bit of Hogwarts Legacy here and there with Charlotte, and but I do have to admit, it's been quite nice just playing some new games, and really enjoying this one. It's just so chill. Is Hogwarts Legacy any good? I've really been enjoying it. I think it's a good game. There's a lot to explore. There's a lot of things to unlock, and achievements to be made. And I like the magic combat. I like the spell casting. And it's challenging at times. It's really nice. I enjoy it. It's open world exploration, and obviously you've got the main storyline, which I haven't finished yet. I'm so bad with actually finishing storylines in games. Like, I haven't finished KCD 2 yet. We had a couple of streams of KCD 2. I should get back to it. Actually, I saw a recent video from Starstream saying he's not playing Star Citizen any longer. And he's just going to be doing, games that he enjoys playing. And I can totally understand and appreciate that. I mean, I'll never stop playing Star Citizen. I've spent way too much money to not play Star Citizen. But it is nice to have a break from it. What is this finish you speak of? You like the beer mod idea, Motherfig? Yeah, there's a couple of beer mods. There's a couple of beer mods. There's a couple of distilleries. The hop plantations in those beer mods are a little bit disappointing. They basically just use the polytunnels in the greenhouses rather than actually having like a field of hops, which is what I would be doing. Once Charlotte's finished school and she goes off to university and she's living her own life, I'd like to have 20 acres in the country, minimum. 5 acres of hops is a reasonable hop field. Grow some hops, have my little brewery there, have a couple of pigs. Yeah, it would be nice to see actual proper hop plantations, hop fields, because then you could get all the equipment associated with, manufacturing hop pellets or harvesting hops, cutting all the vines and stuff, and bines as they're called. And then producing hop pellets and all that sort of stuff. Right, that's our first bit. It really bugs me how you can never 100% actually finish the field. You've always got this little bit of leftover. As always, we don't get to finish the whole field, which really bothers me. It really bothers me. What doesn't bother me is the fact that all of these fields are so close together. It's going to make this series of contracts very, very easy. That I'm enjoying. But at the moment, here on this early November morning, just a bit of up and down. I was having a chat with the live chat about brewery mods. If you've got any suggestions for good brewery mods, let me know in the comments. I'd like to have a second series running in parallel to Cities to Get a Farmer, to give me a little bit of diversification, obviously, in the type of activities that I'm doing. We're not doing any major crop work or anything like that. Again, we're predominantly interested in growing grass and just building a huge goat empire. That it'd be nice to have a second series. As a home brewer, admittedly, I haven't brewed for a number of years. My brewery is all packed up and waiting for a new shed to be built out the back, where my brewery will go. I'd like to have a nice brewery empire with some pigs. Everybody who homebrews names their breweries. Mine's called Pigs and Little. So I'd like to have some pigs and a brewery. So if you know of any good beer mods, I've seen a couple. Let me know which ones you recommend. But more cultivating. Actually, I guess we could pick up the mowing contract, which is over at Field 29 as well. We'll get all the cultivating contracts done, and then we'll pick up the mowing contract. Whilst, towards the end of that mowing contract, we might actually get a couple of more cultivating contracts. There's not a great deal we can do over on the farm this month. So, as I said at the beginning of the episode, it's pretty much going to be all contract work and collecting money to put towards a bigger tractor. Because with a bigger tractor, we can get bigger implements, and with bigger implements, we can really cut down on the time it takes to do all this contract work. Beer and bacon. Exactly, Motherfig. That's the way, man. Oh, Motherfig.
Gift to the subscription. Welcome to the After Dark Slang Squad.
What a legend.
Enjoy the contents. Motherfig gifted a tier 1 subdiffusion_yet. They have given 23 gift subs in the channel.
Motherfig, what a legend, man. Thank you, mate. I really appreciate your support. Welcome to the Crouch Potatoes Fusion. Appreciate the follow. Thanks for hanging out with us here as we drive up and down. Up and down. Normally I do have my camera on, but as I mentioned before, we're time-lapsing all of this field work, and having my little face prattling away in a time-lapse would seem very strange. I do have the live chat active on the screen though, so there is at least some representation that we're live filming. Whatever, I think this is episode 16, maybe episode 15. I think episode 11 just needs to have its music credits added in. I think I need to add a couple more songs to some of the time lapses. It's fake. It's fake, ladies and gentlemen. This is all pre-recorded. It's all pre-recorded, including the live chat. They're all just my accounts, and I actually have set up all the comments on a time scale, on a timer. He would. See, this one by Jason the Bruce, this is one of my best ideas. That's true. I'm just fake AI designed and created by Bill Gates to taunt Viv. See, I programmed that AI. I gave it the prompt, said, assume this type of character. And it does a reasonable job. You can just ignore the fact he's met me in real life a ton of times. It was all faked. Exactly. None of it was real. Don't listen to anybody. You've gotten better at steering, AI or not. Look, I'm slowly getting better.
You are fined 1 credit for a violation of the verbal parameters statute.
Still not great. But I'm getting there. Fine for calling us AI. Well, look, I can't really confirm that there are actual people there, can I? Maybe except for Jason the Bruce. Well, actually, we've spoken on Discord a few times. Actually, I'm not sure how I explain that. Spoke too soon, not sure what that last roundabout was about. Look, CT, right now all I'm doing is the steering at the end of the row. The GPS is keeping me on track. I'm just doing the turn. Sometimes you're going to do those little clover leaves on the corners just to keep things interesting. Each time you hear it go, boing, that's me re-engaging the GPS. That's it warning me it's at the end of the row. And that's it disengaging. That's when I do my turn. Full lock until we get level with the field. Re-engage. Mother figure's just A. There's no intelligence where mother figures. A is for alcohol, man. Yeah, a brewery mod would be sweet. A nice brewery mod. I'd love to have a second series running with a whole bunch of mods. I need to have a look at some of the DLCs. I'm thinking for that one, I think it's called Riverbend Springs. It's a very American type, rural American town. I do get quite strong Australian vibes from it as well. That town's a little bit bigger than Zelonka. This is how you used to do tilling, CT. Every other row. You lift your implement at each row when you do your turn? Yeah, exactly. But that's an experience thing and you're still a bit of a noob. Well, you know, it's not really necessary. I don't know, I keep looking at the camera. I'm just, you know, I'm so used to the camera always being on. It's not really necessary in this game to lift up the implement. Obviously it does change the speed of the tractor. You know, it's pulling a fair bit of weight. So when you don't have the implement down when you're doing the turns, I guess it makes it a little bit faster to do that turn. It's super fun, man. It's just chill. It's pure chill. Been looking at properties. In real life, you would ruin the implements doing the turns with them in the ground. Yeah, bendy. Or maybe I should get used to, you know, lifting up the implements. Yeah. Let's my immersions. Farming isn't about details and accuracy, it's about throwing things and digging stuff. I've seen Clarkson's farm. So good. It is so good. See, now because I'm not doing my headlands afterwards, I'm gonna get all these tire marks, some of which I can conceal as the cultivator gets dragged behind it around that corner. Maybe I should switch to doing my rows first and then clean up the headlands afterwards. I do have to say though, playing this game with my sticks, with my VKBs is really enjoyable. Especially using the front loader attachments. Like the claw, that's why I really enjoyed the wood transport contracts. From the first person view from inside the cab. It's very immersive. Using an excavator with HOTAS is really good. Yeah, exactly. It's so much fun. I mean, well, that's essentially what you've got inside, right? You know, you've got a steering wheel, joystick. Isn't that slightly overkill using the sticks? Well, not really. There's lots of keybinds, man. Like, it's almost as intense. Well, not quite. There's quite a lot of them. Yeah, like Rhino says, there's like farm sim specific hardware. It's pretty amazing. If I didn't have my flight sticks, I'd definitely be looking at something like the Logitech stuff or the Thrustmaster stuff. Or there's another one from I think they're called, Hommy or something like that. They make some truck simulator gear, as well as one for Farm Simulator. I would like to have a proper truck wheel at the proper angle. My PXN V10 doesn't really work with Farm Simulator, unfortunately. It works beautifully with Euro Truck Simulator, but it doesn't really work with Farm Simulator, unfortunately. The wheel just doesn't turn properly. You've got to turn it, which means you can't do any of this spinning the wheel around with your hand sort of maneuver. You've got to grip it with both hands and like physically force it over. And I haven't been able to find anything about how to get it set up properly. It doesn't seem to be compatible with FarmSim, unfortunately. Thrustmaster T249 wheel and pedals are perfect. I really want a nice truck wheel. Like a big wheel too, you know, big 14-inch wheel. You recently went to a computer store, did you CT with a mate? In this one section, I felt very knowledgeable in the fact I knew what the T16000s and HOTASs were. I've often thought it'd be nice to have like a proper driving sim pit, get a head cam, sit in my little 3 monitors, looking at the monitors. It's so immersive. It's so much fun. You know, when I play ETS, it's nice being able to sit there, look at my mirrors properly, turning my head from side to side, you know, looking out my windows, looking at my mirrors, getting a wheel and a shifter and the pedals and all that sort of stuff really changed that game for me. Admittedly, I haven't played it for a while now. Yeah, ETS and ATS at best in VR, yeah, I could imagine. That would be incredible. It kind of is a good thing that you don't need to do 100% of the field, because then I get to skip all the corners and stuff like this instead of having to work it properly. It's 10:30 already, the day's burning away. But this is what my sessions are like when I'm recording. You know, I've just got, something on in the background. And, turn my camera on when I'm talking to the video. Otherwise, I just leave the recording running. It makes the editing so much easier. And I just record for sort of 3.5 hours. And then I trim all of that down to around an hour. Having said that, all the videos at the moment on Croucher's Farm are all slightly different lengths. Some an hour, 20 minutes, others 45. I haven't really, knuckled it down to a sweet spot yet. Or really pay too much attention to saying, okay, look, I just want an hour. make this time lapse faster, make this time lapse slower, show more of the talking, you know, etc., etc. Eventually I'll refine my style. I think we need one more headland here. Your cousin is a farmer rancher by trade, CT. I drive a tractor better than him, but he's usually behind the wheel. From this view. See, this is where, you know, being able to, you know, use my head tracking to, you know, look much more easily. I mean, I can use my hat stick to look around, but it's not the same, right? Which is why in VR it would be amazing. There is a Farm Sim VR, which is, I think, in beta or something. That would be incredible. It's like they're carrying a cold one with him. Plowing in the hot Texas sun. Yep. I totally understand what Jeremy Clarkson is saying about, like, field work being his happy place. Being out here, you know, just seeing beautiful countryside. I can certainly understand the stresses involved in farm work as well. First person looks so much harder. Well, yes and no. When, you know, it's pretty straightforward. I mean, once you get to the end of the row, you just full lock, and then once the field appears in front of you, you just release your lock and the wheel centers up, and you go straight forward. I mean, the GPS makes a huge difference. Like, wheels full lock, it'll bring you back onto that field. Oh, I didn't do my first little turn out to the left enough. But it is nice. I've tried to have my head tracking enabled, but with the Tobii, it doesn't track your head, it tracks your eyes. And I don't want it to track my eyes, I want it to track my head. But I can't find a setting to change it from eye tracking to head tracking. You hate that you can't see the wing mirrors clearly, CT? Yeah. Yep. I mean, the game just doesn't support the full function of the Tobii. Unlike Star Citizen, where you've got so much, I mean, it's really been set up for it. Yeah, we needed another headland on this side of the field. Sludge, why you've never bought one, Jason? That and the money. Look, if the game has had the provisions for the Tobii built in, it's absolutely wonderful. Like, Star Citizen with the Tobii is incredible. And the degree of customization you have in Star Citizen specifically really makes the Tobii shine. Whereas in a game like this, where it just hasn't been developed with that in mind, it really shows through. All right, as we finish off this last field, I'm going to quickly check the contracts. We are still moving along that field. 2,800. 2,800. This one we're still finishing. Let's grab that mowing contract. We're probably at the end of the field. Let's grab that mowing contract. Almost there. Beautifully timed. Because that mowing contract is just in the field behind us right now. And as we spin around at this row here, it is the field directly ahead of us. So we'll get that done too. $18,626. We're earning some cash buck dollary dues. The tractor, the AgroStar, is 85 grand. So we're still quite some way off being able to afford a bigger tractor. We're managing to get by with the John Deere for the moment, and I guess for the type of work that we actually have going on our farm, we don't really need a bigger tractor. The bigger tractor would just be useful in terms of having bigger implements. I'm not sure. I guess we could have a look in a minute. We'll finish this field, and then we'll check what sort of mowing attachments we can put on the back of this. That's it. We can't finish it. We leave that little runway there. Let's have a quick look. We'll jump into the store. Have a look at grass care. Where is it? Grass care mowers. Yeah, so for the bigger attachment, we do need a much beefier tractor, 220 horsepower, the John Deere only being 114. Means that we can't use the mowing attachment on the back of the tractor. We could put on one of these wings. Only requires 100 horsepower. That's going to extend out, one side. Does it go on the back? I think it goes on the back, yeah? Yeah, it goes on the back. You can see it's PTA driven. So I guess we could put this on in terms of an upgrade. And then when we do manage to get a bigger tractor, we could sell it and buy, the dual sides. But, it might be worthwhile just aiming for, a bigger tractor. 7.3. 9.4. Or something that's, I think on our farm, given we're going to be having a whole bunch of grass fields, that's predominantly the crop that we're growing, right? Because we want grass for our goats. That having, like a dedicated mower, 449 horsepower, 10 meter width. That having like a dedicated mower like this would be sweet. It's kind of like our version here on the farm, right, of a combine. So maybe this should be the goal, 500,000. Oh, amazing. I think this should be the goal. I mean, we can have acres and acres of grass. Grass, silage, goats, goat milk. I don't see in this playthrough here on Crouch's farm doing any different sorts of crops. So we're not going to need a harvester and a header and all that sort of stuff. I think this will be our goal. All right, let's get out of here and continue on with this next contract. We'll mow this field ahead of us. We might drop off the cultivator before we do this job just to make things a little bit easier. And but that's quite nice. I've never had 4 contracts so neatly aligned before. All right, let's get this unfolded, lowered, get that mower started up. I wonder if this is a new field. I'm going to have to set up the GPS. I think so. Let's just do it. All right, let's go. You need the 220 and the 80 or whatever for the front one too. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, we've got the front one. We just need the back one. You really need mods to get the smaller mowers. I don't want a smaller mower. I want a bigger mower, man. Bigger. You'd get the crone mower after a proper combine so you can do harvest contracts as they make you big money. I don't know if I want to buy a combine just to do the contracts though. Again, I'm not going to be growing any crops that require me to have a combine. Can't see anything wrong with downloading the official mods, to be honest. Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with downloading official mods. Just for this playthrough, I'm playing completely vanilla. With a couple of very small exceptions. That's why I'd like to have a couple of series running in parallel. Because, you know, the work here on Croucher's Farm, because I'm keeping it very specific, is going to be very monotonous and very repetitive. That, you know, having an alternate playthrough or an alternate series would allow me to play with a whole bunch of those other things. For example, you know, Pigs and Little, I'm definitely going to have to be using mods for that, right? Because there's no brewery gameplay in the game. But for this series, you know, having never played Farming Simulator before and just wanting to keep it as vanilla as possible, you know, this is just the default game. This is the game people would be playing if they just bought what I had from Steam. The last time you mowed, CT, you had a head on it about 3 times as wide. You are ungood at controlling it. We're all over the place. We are all over the place. I'm ungood at controlling this tiny little mower. How about that for a nice straight line? Need a couple more headlands in here. Are you open to the idea of multiplayer as Farm Sim gets really good when you start working together to do stuff like harvesting and mowing, tedding, baling all together? Yeah, that'd be sweet. Yep, eventually. Eventually. Although historically, I'm quite bad at organising multiplayer stuff. My long-term viewers who have followed me for Star Citizen for a long time will know that I'm historically bad. Ronnie, you want to do multiplayer but no one else is playing it? I'm sure lots of people are playing it. You gotta find the right community. Maybe we'll start one here at After Dark. I could really enjoy this game in multiplayer. Yes, Star Citizen is a completely different game in multiplayer, but again, there's not... I don't know, I just don't get the same feel from Star Citizen. You know, it is obviously still very much a game in development, right? And it feels like that. Literally playing on my Farm Sim server right now, watching Farm Simulator while playing Farm Simulator. Yeah. Yep. I often have, you know, episodes of Syrup on or Daggerwin or, you know, there's another channel I can never remember its name. Give server info. Give server info now. Yeah, I've got a few hours in this game now and I sort of know the basics. I haven't started yet to look at, you know, custom servers and all that sort of stuff, but, you know, I've no doubt that at some stage, you know, I can certainly see that happening. So I'm assuming with like a custom server, it's just running all the time, right? People who are part of that server can just log in and, you know, play, and then other people can go, oh, XYZ's on, I'll jump in as well. You know, that server is always running, right? Yes. Oh, we'll see. You know, that in itself makes it completely different from a multiplayer perspective. Because then, yes, I'd be far more inclined to set up a server, have, you know, people invited to that server, and then people can just log in and play on that server. I don't need to be there. They can just log in. I'm assuming you can see if other people are online and go, oh, actually, Rhino's online at the moment and is doing some stuff. I'll log in and, you know, go find out what's going on and cruise up to the field in my tractor and go, hey, what's going on, man? Oh, I'm doing XYZ. Oh, sweet. Let me jump in a tractor and bring a trailer out. And great demand at Erlgengrut. Great demand for what? What is Erlgengrut? Can do, yes. You can also have one big farm where you all work together, or individual farms where you all own your own equipment, fields, etc. Yeah, that'd be sweet. Contract complete. Does anybody know? Let me know in the comments or the live chat what Erlgengrut is. Great demand. Let's have a look, right? If we go and have a look at our pricing. Oh, God, am I going to have to go through? Oh, here we go. Oh, the train station. Erlgengrut. For what? Great demand for what? What are they in great demand of? I'm not going to have it. Seeds? Yes. Here we go. There's a little indicator. Sugar beets? Oh, no, this is my storage. Who knows? Okay, let's not forget our cultivator. Let's cash in our contracts. That's being completed for $2,021. $2,513. Any new contracts around? 64, that's sort of directly west from us. We are reasonably close to this Deadwood contract. Look at this. Farm 54 is huge. Field 54 is massive. $17,783. It did come up in chat that perhaps I should buy a combine, because then I'd be able to do a whole bunch of these harvesting contracts. Well, not necessarily all of them. For example, Katie's got spinach planted here, so we're going to need a specific type of header, or maybe a completely new unit. But I don't really have a huge amount of need for that myself. Wood transport. Oh, this one is quite close. 23 logs, 2 trips. I'm tempted to do this little Deadwood, cut down 10 trees, because, you know, we're sort of just up here. Are we? Let's just check the map. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that contract's just over here. We could scoot down here, go do that Deadwood contract, scoot back. There's not much to do on the farm. Pick up the cultivator, swing out west, come and do 64. Could head down to our field, see if there's any produce to sell. What's... all right, let's go do those contracts, right? Again, it's a month of contracts. You know, there's not a lot that we can do. part of the reason why I've set the time limit at 5 times, because the day then moves on. I'm not just grinding and grinding through contracts. The time does disappear, so let's head on out west. Go do a little bit of deadwood. I don't really have a need to be collecting deadwood. I don't have a sawmill or anything like that, so we're just going out there to chop some trees down. Nice, quick, easy $1,500. And we'll come back, pick up the cultivator, swing out westward to do field 64. This great demand just means the price won't drop, however much of that product you sell to them. Doesn't mean the price is particularly good. Okay. Deciding whether to get a server or not, Rhino? Well, look, it's something that I'm really going to have a think about, because the support here at Crouch After Dark has been phenomenal. And I can, for example, Motherfig gifting out that Subdiffusion earlier on. I can really put that that support from you guys back into the channel in terms of a server for some multiplayer action here in Farming Simulator. Oh goodness me, 25. I hate this rail crossing, man. Really needs to be smoothened out. Doesn't help that I've got this mower on the front. All right, let's cut down a few trees. Make sure they're the right trees. There's one. I'm gonna cut down all these dead trees. It's $10 a month for an 8-player server. That's entirely doable. FS servers aren't massively expensive. I run a 4-player and it's £8 a month or so. Very reasonable. Yep. For the support that I've received here at After Dark, I could easily run an 8-player server. $10 a month, that's about 684 Australian dollars. If you got one, Rhino, I'd jump in there, man. I would jump in there. All right, 4 more trees. 1, 2, 3. Where be the 4th, hey? It's always a search sometimes for the last one. It will be modded, though. Yeah, I don't have any issue with mods, man. Like I said, I'm going to need them for my brewery playthrough for Pigs and Little. I'm just not using them in this one because, this is my vanilla farm sim experience. Having never played the game before, I just want to play it as it was originally designed, right? And then no doubt, the more I play, the more, things I do, the more I'm going to go, actually, I need that mod. Oh, I like the idea of that map. Oh, I'd like this piece of farm equipment, etc., etc. But right now, for our City Slicker Farmer playthrough series, if you will, playing it as default as possible. I don't know if anything can be more enjoyable than these Deadwood contracts. They're so quick. They're so simple, and there's something satisfying about that, just seeing that tree fall to the left every time. And then you move on, and the tractor's filthy again. This mower needs a wash. All right, let's pick up the cultivator. Actually, whilst we're here, let's cash in this contract, because I'm hoping another one will pop up on the western side of town as we head out there to go do this cultivating contract. That'd be quite fortuitous. $24,660. Let's swing back and head over the railway crossing of Doom. Yep. Watch out, car. Let's swing back. Let's pick up the cultivator. We'll head out west. Hopefully something else pops up in between now and then. Terra Farm. What is Terra Farm? It sounds terrifying. And some mining mods. And I had brewery mod just for me. Woohoo! Twitch is buffering, hey? It does say the bitrate's not fantastic, but Twitch always likes to complain. It doesn't matter what I do. It'll always find something to complain about. Twitch is having issues. Yeah, it's a bit special, Twitch, sometimes. Because both Twitch and YouTube like to have different bit rates, I can never keep them both happy. It's either one or the other. If I had a steering wheel, like I can steer with both my left stick and my right stick. When I'm using the mouse in my right hand, obviously I'm steering with my left stick. But it would be so much easier to steer with a steering wheel than making... Because I've got an Omni throttle set up on my left stick, it makes it a little bit harder to control the left to right movements. Rather than the right joystick. All right. It is nice being in first-person view sometimes. Let's drop this. Nope, that's the wrong button. We want to go to this one here. Haha, let's go. Oh no, that's an AI worker. No contractors involved in this situation, please. I am doing this job. I've never used any contractors. I'm not going to call them AI workers. I like the term contractors way better. Let's get some cruise control active. Let's hook onto our GPS. We can fold away and lift up our mower.
You are fined 1 credit for a violation of the verbal parameter statute.
What have I been fined for? That guy saw you hit that fence. Gonna have to pay for that one for sure. Nobody was watching. Nobody saw nothing. All right, let's get this field done. Server got Rhino's on it already. Is enjoying the game. It is good fun, man. It's good fun. Super chill. Yeah, DM me the details, Rhino, or you can pop them up on the Farm Sim on the Discord if you want other people to pop in. Your server, you restrict it how you like, but it would be cool to play some multiplayer for sure. And I don't mind, you know, if we're working on one big field, or you know, we each have our own properties, and you know, we help each other out whenever people are online, or I don't mind. However the cookie crumbles, it will be delicious. You put him in Discord once you got it all sorted. So weird. I love mowing my lawn because of this specific thing. There's an immediate change, right? I often watch the guys mowing the lawn at the airport, and I'm like, that dude has the best freaking job. Just driving around in a tractor with a huge bloody mower on the back of it. Just mowing all the grass around the airport. And that smell of fresh cut grass at night time specifically, which is obviously when I work a night shift, is amazing. I wonder how many rabbits he runs over. Probably not many. I think the rabbits are smart enough to get out of the way, but there's so many rabbits at the airport. So many rabbits. This would be such a satisfying job. Like I said, I can totally understand why Jeremy Clarkson says this is his happy place. I'm gonna go freehand. No GPS. It's already a mess. Your dad was a machinist for years. He got made redundant and went and cut grass for the council for a few years. He always said it was way more satisfying than machining. Yep. I would totally enjoy this. Yeah, like I said, I see that dude cruising around on that huge big tractor. And I'm like, that dude has the best. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love my job at the airport. Cruising around the airport at night is the best. But that dude's job is on another level, man. I mean, the airport, Melbourne airport is huge. That dude would just be mowing grass all day, every day. And by the time he got back to like the first section he mowed, you know, by the time he's finished the last section, the first section is ready to go again. And so he's just cruising around every night mowing a different section of the airport. Sometimes he's real close to you and you can smell that fresh cut grass. Other times you can see his lights and he's like super far away. But you know he's just chilling out in his tractor, driving up and down. Right, as we slowly, very slowly, at a couple of kilometers per hour, finish off that field. Oh no, this one's also out west, very close to where we were before. That's a bit of a bummer. I was kind of hoping there'd be another Deadwood contract pop up out west, sort of up in the hills over there, or maybe down near our farm. But it is not the case. Well, let's get this one finished. We'll scoot down to the farm after this and see what's going on down there, and what potentially we may be able to do there. Mr. Skeet, how are you, my friend? Welcome. Thank you for joining us. More Farm Simulator 25. I'm loving it so much. It's so good. It feels very strange to be live, I have to say, without my camera on. But again, you know, just to repeat myself, I need to have it off because I need to time-lapse all of this field work for the videos over on Croucher's Farm. And my silly little face down there in the corner would be even more silly if it was included in the time lapse. All right, let's head back down to the farm. We'll see what's available for us down there. A little bit of produce to sell. Otherwise, there's not much else happening down there at the moment. We might need to organise some water for the goats. But otherwise, I can't think of anything else that needs to happen down there at the moment. There it is. Look at that grass field. My greenhouses out there on the western edge. Let's give the mower a little wash while we're here. I think the only thing that we're going to have to do here is to give the goats some water. But otherwise, I think there might be a pallet of lettuce to sell. Give the tractor a little spray down as well. It's nice to keep the equipment clean. I don't know if it makes any difference from a game perspective. You know, if dirty equipment damages it faster or... Oh, there is one other thing that we need to add to the farm. A freaking fuel tank. I'm about to run out of fuel. Legendary. This is so good. All right, let's cruise down. Watch me run out of fuel as we drive down to where I'm going to put the fuel tank. This would be hilarious. This would be hilarious. So there's the farm shop. All right, let's stop using the tractor for the moment. There's the farm shop, and who doesn't want a petrol tank right next to their farm shop? That's, you know. So we want to go to containers. This little fuel tank. I'm so tired of running out of fuel. It's absolutely ridiculous. Now, we could kind of put it all the way at the back up here. You know, keep it out of the way. Something like this. Or we could put it right next to the farm shop, which just seems a little gross. We could tuck it over here into this corner here, which is a corner that never really gets used. You know, it's one of those things that everything is always temporary, right? Because, you know, as the farm continues to grow, I think at the back of the farm here is a good spot for it. Well, it's too late now. I've already clicked the button. I really wish it would let you place stuff and then say, you know, do you want to confirm these changes? Are you happy with this, and do you want to go ahead? All right, let's chuck a little bit more gravel down. Around our petrol tank. Only makes sense. Beautiful. Ha ha ha! A fuel tank. There shall be no more running out of fuel. Now, watch me run out of fuel on the way to the fuel tank. Let's get rid of that attachment. I'm just waiting for it to conk out. Here we go. Oh, wait, we've got to buy fuel. We don't have any fuel. Let's get fuel. The silo is empty. Okay, so to fill it up is going to be 8,250 cash buck dollary dues. I think we'll put 1,000 liters in it for the moment. I mean, I don't know how big the tank on this John Deere is, but you know, I can't imagine it would be significant. We've got 8 liters of diesel. Let's refuel our tractor. Hang on, wait. Select the solo whose content you want to load into your vehicle. Yes. Chat's saying, I bet you still end up running out of fuel. No, because like if I just come back and I just refuel, right? And I just come back and refuel. What do I do about my motorcycle? Do I need a fuel tank with like unleaded fuel in it, or does the motorcycle use diesel? All right, we've got a couple of pallets of lettuce. The other greenhouses have produced, I'm going to say mushrooms or garlic. So I am growing a mix of different things in the warehouses. This is almost ready to spit out some tomatoes and some chili peppers and some strawberries. I think we'll probably get those today. It's 2:20. Pallet of chili peppers is coming out here soon. Let's quickly check on the goats. Actually, I know the goats need water, so whilst we wait for those pallets to produce, hopefully a little bit more produce we can sell at the little farm shop there. Let's do a couple of quick water runs and get the goats some water. Because I know that they're going to need it. And this is one other thing that we really need to upgrade is our water tank. And now that I've plowed the roads between the fields, I don't have my shortcut through there anymore. Oh, goodness me. Yep, we're definitely going to need a new water tank now. All right, quick little water run for the goats. The greenhouses have enough water, but we'll sort some out for the goats. And at some stage, we might pop a windmill. Again, the greenhouses are all in a temporary position. The goats' pens are all in a temporary position. We want to upgrade those to some proper barns at some stage. The barns we don't need to water, we just need to feed. So I don't think I really need the windmill, given that we've got a source of water that's quite close here. The only major hassle right now being the tiny little water tank that we have. And so whilst I say everything right now is temporary, it's going to be years before we can actually, you know, have big barns and, you know, all that sort of stuff. So it would make sense to upgrade this little 2,000 litre water tank to one of the 6,000 litre tanks. I think they're about 16 grand or 18 grand or something. I mean, obviously we can sell this one, but it's definitely going to be something that's, I want to say, reasonably high on the list of priorities. Right, let's give these guys some water. Took 1,000 litres. What about these fellows? Took 1,000 litres. Or 800 or so. What about these fellows down here? How much do these guys still need? They got 989 litres of water. Plenty of food. A little bit of meadow. Goats all look happy. Right. I might just quickly duck back and we'll fill this water tank up so it's ready for next time. And then we might fast forward time a little bit just to see, you know, that produce pop out. And then we can get that stuff sold. Might quickly check on the silage here too. I think when we checked it at the beginning of the day, it was, I don't know, I want to say 35% fermented. I think silage takes 2 months to fully ferment, 50% fermented. I'm not sure, but I think it takes 2 months to ferment. All right, quick water run. Pick up that front loader attachment that's there. Come back, load some vegetables into the little farm shop, which so far has always had the best prices. You know, so, you know, I haven't had to go anywhere to sell any of my produce because my little farm shop kiosk always seems to have the same price, or always seems to have the best price, which for some reason always seems to be higher than the price shown on the finance tab. For example, last time I sold lettuce, the finance tab said it was like worth 1,780 bucks or something. But you know, I got like over 2,000. So I don't exactly know how that works. It doesn't really make 100% sense. We'll check when we go to sell some of this stuff. And if you either know in the live chat or in the comments, let me know. All right, let's drop this off over here. Drop off the water tank. Okay, let's have a look. For example, this pallet of garlic, right? Let's have a look. So the pallet of garlic in the financial planner for garlic. Is it in miscellaneous? Garlic. So at the small farmer's kiosk, it says $803. It's the highest. It's 17 meters away. I can sell it there for $803. It's not the best time to sell garlic. There's a reasonable difference. $729 at the lowest point versus $900 in a couple of months in January. But I'm not too fussed about having to wait. So it says 803 per 1,000 litres, right? So if we grab this pallet, which is 1,000 litres. Let's grab this pallet. Whoops. It said 803, right? So if we take this over to the farm shop and we sell our pallet of garlic, $963 for that pallet of garlic. I don't understand. I don't understand. Garlic, 803 per 1,000 litres. Yet, that's not what we got. I don't understand. No understanding. Let's grab this pallet of garlic. I rarely put these greenhouses too close together. It's so annoying. So 1,000 litres of garlic. The financial planner says I'm going to get an 803 here at my little farm shop. $963. Are you selling in USD but receiving payment in AUD? I think like a smaller little forklift or a skid steer or something like that would be more manageable in these tight spaces. But again, temporary. All right, let's have a look what the lettuce says, okay? Lettuce. So, small farmer's kiosk, 1,824. Again, the best price in town. 1,824. $2,189. It doesn't make sense. All right. That's a nice little bit of cash, $1 dues. Now, we do have a couple of other pallets that are really close to coming out, which would wrap up November quite nicely. Tomatoes and some chili peppers. Some tomatoes and some chili peppers and some strawberries. And quite some time away for lettuce. So, given that there's not much else to do on the farm, goats have been watered, they've got plenty of food, the field is growing, it's been fertilized. We need another grow state before we can fertilize the rest of it properly. Yeah, there's no point selling any of the milk at the moment. We'll wait until all of that's full. What we might do is just fast forward time a little bit. Let's crank it up into 360. And we'll see if any of these pallets pop out any food. We can see the vegetables in the greenhouses growing before our eyes. It's 5 o'clock. It's getting dark. Oh, dear me. There goes the light at 5 o'clock. How close are we to those pallets? So close. So close. All right, we'll crank the time up a little bit. Wait for those pallets to be brought out of the greenhouse. There's one of them. It's so dark now. The other greenhouse doesn't look like it's wants to give us any produce just yet. It must be so close. 982. Okay, still a little bit. Has it got water? Yeah, plenty. All right, what we might do is we might finish up November. And whatever this is, episode 15 or episode 16 or whatever. In the dark. Let's put some lights on. We'll grab this produce to sell. Okay, one at a time. Pallet of strawberries. Not a bad end to November. A very nice sequence of contracts there at the beginning. All of them very close to each other. $930 for some strawberries. Some chili peppers. What do you reckon we'll end up with? 2,800? 2,800. 28,000. By the end of November. Finishing up selling some produce under lights. All right. Not a bad month. Not a bad month. November, we're finishing up with $28,494. Everything is well on the farm. A couple of contracts completed. I'm very happy. I'm very happy. But thank you very much for joining me for episode, whatever this is. I think it's episode 15, maybe episode 16. I've got a feeling this one might be a shorter episode. We'll see. Again, I'd like to keep the episodes less than an hour and each month. And I guess maybe, we have some months that are relatively short and some months that might be a little bit longer. I'm not entirely sure, but life here on Croucher's Farm has been absolutely fantastic. And if you're watching on Croucher's Farm, there's a link in the video description below if you want to come and hang out with me over at Crouch After Dark, where we're currently filming this episode live. You'd be very welcome to come and join me. And if you've been hanging out with me at Crouch After Dark, stay tuned, because we will record the second episode tonight. But in the meantime, if you've been watching here at Croucher's Farm, thank you for hanging out with me. I'm thoroughly enjoying this game. If you've got this far in the video, I hope I earn a like. I will catch you guys in December. Yoicks! I totally forgot to record that. So now, I've got to pull it down off YouTube. I don't get to play with the volume levels of the music or anything. Good job, Crouchy. Good job. All right, let's, the exchange rate might account for the difference. Yeah, I don't know why the prices and stuff are different. It doesn't make any sense to me. And there's never any produce in the shop long enough. Oh, I think we've got some things here. We've got some tomatoes. We've got some chilies. What the hell are those things? Strawberries? Normally when I put stuff in the farm shop, it's just gone instantly. People can't get enough of my farm shop. All right, let's fast forward this time. Not working during the night. No happening. Too difficult to see. And I think we'll record one more episode. December. I'm so excited. I love this game. It's just so relaxing. It's just so chill. Movies on in the background, YouTube on in the background, somebody else's video or episodes of Clarkson's Farm. It's been so much fun. And I mean, really, I guess if you wanted to, you really could just burn through contracts, harvesting and stuff at night time. There's no reason why you couldn't. Snow. I don't have snow turned on, so it's obviously not covering the ground. Fuel tank. No more running out of fuel. How much fuel is in there? How much did we use last time? 889 litres. So what's that? We filled up 111 litres. 9 fill-ups. And then we've got well, it's only got 1,000 litres in it. I might slow that time down just for a little bit. We'll get that back to real time. I'm going to go get myself some brown water. And then we'll jump into, I don't know what episode it's going to be. Actually, I should know because when we got to August, there were 12 episodes. And I've been trying now each episode to just be 1 month, as I mentioned. So if August was 12, then we've got September, October, November, December. So this will be the 16th episode. It's pretty exciting. And as I move through, I might find that, look, there's just, in some months, there's just not enough work to do. Or it's easy just to fast forward through a month and therefore, you know, an episode might cross over months. But I think I'm quite keen just to keep it, you know, by the time we've got 36 episodes, 3 years in the game would have passed. It makes it easy to, you know, makes it easy to edit, film, record, and to view, I think. You know that episode 24 is the 24th month on the farm. All right, I'm going to get some brown water. I shall be back in just a moment. And then we shall fast forward time a little bit more until we've got some daylight. And episode 16. I'm loving this. And I'm really looking forward to getting into some multiplayer. Your farmer cousin's petrol tank CT is just on the side of the house. His wife says the house smells of diesel for 2 days. Excuse me. Every time it gets refilled. Rhino with a crude joke. What's the difference between a woman and a field? A field doesn't mow when you plow it. All right, brown water. Back in a minute. Oh boy. I don't know what the goal for this month is. Again, at this stage, we're just, I guess we're just grinding through to afford either another field, another goat's pen. All right, let's get this time cranked up. Let's jump back in. We'll get ourselves to a point in the daylight. I shall record this. Back to ×5. G'day everyone, welcome back to Crouch's Farm. It is December, episode 16. I don't think there's going to be a lot to do. The grass is still growing. There are some sections that are 100% fertilized, other sections that are only 50% fertilized. We have this weird little gap in the field that I couldn't plow out, and thus therefore we couldn't seed. I don't know why that was the case. But we have merged all three of our fields together. We've got 3 pens. Last month was just pretty much contracts. Milk is being produced. How do I put that flashlight away? There we go. 1,000 litres ready to go. These guys are all happy and healthy. We've got 3 pens now. All of our fields have been merged into one big grass field. So that's one job that we need to do, is re-fertilize the field. We've got some produce we can sell. We've got a pallet of spring onions coming out soon, some Napa cabbage, some lettuce coming out of here soon. This one's got some lettuce already out, but more on the way. Oh, this one's going to pop out some lettuce, some spring onion, and some Napa cabbage soon. So what we might do is we might jump aboard the beast. I think we'll get the fertilizing done, and then perhaps by the time we get the fertilizing done, that produce might be ready to go. Now, if this is your first time tuning into Crouch's Farm, thank you, welcome. My name is obviously Crouch, and this is my farm. I'm a farming simulator noob. Outside of this series, here on Crouch's Farm, I've never played the game before. We're recording episode 16 live over on Crouch After Dark. If you do want to come and join me, there's links in the video description. I'd love to see you there in the live chat. It's super helpful having the live chat there. You can see some of it down that side of the screen. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm a city slicker trying to become a farmer, and that's what this series is. I've never played the game before. I've no doubt made a lot of silly decisions, but we're making this series as challenging as I could. I've seen a couple of playthroughs now on YouTube. I really love the different sorts of challenges that people are doing or have done. And in this one, I'm looking for my fertilizer spreader, by the way. We started with $100,000 cash, no equipment, no property, no loans. We're not allowed to lease things. Our time is set to 5 times, so the day does disappear quite quickly. Oh, that's a bike right there. And we are growing our farm here with the objective of becoming a goat farming magnate. 2,000 goats is the goal for City Slicker Farmer for this series. I would like to run another series. I'd like to look at some brewery mods. Nope, that didn't work. But for this series, we want to have 2,000 goats. So we're predominantly interested in growing grass and baling that up for silage and increasing our goat pens. So welcome if this is your first time. Appreciate you being here with me. And if you're hanging out with me live over on Crouch After Dark, thank you for hanging out with me tonight. Why have we got this weird pattern in our field? So be it, I guess. Let's get some lines on, because I'm not fantastic with the spraying without the lines. I don't know why the lines have changed. It certainly wasn't like this last time, but who knows what the land does. I don't know enough about it. Let's get this done, then we'll see what other jobs need to be done. Otherwise, it could be another month of a few contracts here and there as we slowly save up cash buck dollary dues to either invest into more land, a bigger, more powerful tractor, another goat pen, although I don't know where we'd put that. At the moment, we're just saving up cash buck dollary dues. So welcome. Thanks for hanging out with me here on Crouch's Farm. Skate, you've been watching Syrup Series. I really like you, man. You think you're on episode 37? I'm so close to catching up. I think I'm on like episode 54 or something. You're wanting this game in a bad way. Skate, it's so much fun, man. It's just so super chill. Oh, sorting out mods on the server is a headache, is it, Rhino? Oh, once you get it done, man, post up the details and then I'll come and join you on that server for sure, man. Whether you choose to, for, you know, people to have their own individual properties or, you know, all working together on one big farm, I shall be there. I shall be there. I have no idea why the lines on this farm are now going in that weird direction. It's slightly frustrating. And I don't know if there's a way to modify it. I like this song. It was the headlands making the difference. Oh, that's the wrong button. I wish there was a way just to have this steering assist set by default. Thank you, Slash. Appreciate you, buddy. I don't think I need to re-fertilize the whole field, but, you know, knowing what has been 50% fertilized and 100% fertilized, I'd just rather just go over the whole field again. It keeps it simple. Just here lurking in the shadows, Slash. Well, I appreciate you lurking in the shadows there, mate. Go to map overlay, it shows you, unless that's a mod. So the live chat just mentioned something very valid. I don't need to fertilize this whole field because some of it is already 100% fertilized, some of it's only 50% fertilized. And Slash on the chat there, you might be able to see it down on the bottom left there, had suggested I go to the map and have a look at the overlays. So let's have a look. I think you can go to soil composition. Fertilized. Needs rolling. I desperately need a roller. Actually, for a roller, I need a bigger tractor. I think the roller, there's only one roller and it needs 160 horsepower. So we definitely need to get a bigger tractor. So it's kind of difficult to tell what still needs to be fertilized. So is the light blue 50% fertilized and the dark blue 100% fertilized? Because we did the headland already. Oh, I don't know. Let's just continue on and we'll go check at the end here, because down near the road, this is Newfield that I plowed, I want to say last month or the month before. Let's jump out real quick and have a look. So yeah, this still says 50% fertilized. Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. This was 50% fertilized last month. And we waited a month and now we're fertilizing again and it still says 50% fertilized even though we've done the headlands. This should say 100% fertilized unless I need to wait another month to fertilize it again and we're just wasting fertilizer at this point. Because we did our headlands. We did this strip down here. Maybe we need to wait another month. Maybe we need to wait another month. All right, I think instead of burning through fertilizer, which is expensive, let's refill the hopper. Got 377 litres left. That pallet is almost done. Let's close that. Instead of just burning through the fertilizer, I think I might just leave it for this month. And we'll come back, I guess in January, and see what it looks like. If you're seeing Skeet's comments, need repairs. Yes, the tractor is not in a very healthy state right now. Desperately needs some repairs. Let's turn that off. Let's drop that there. All right, let's head back up and check out the greenhouses, see what produce we've got to sell. Let's check our silage here, see what condition that's in. 90%. It's almost good to go. So it's still the morning, 20 past 9. That might finish fermenting by the end of the day, which would be, close towards the end of the month. We do have the time set to 1 day is 1 month. So we'll come back and have a look at that. I'm so happy that I finally managed to get the 3 fields that we've purchased so far all ploughed into one big field. It's not fantastic. I have missed some sections. My corners aren't beautiful. You can see that it's not exactly a completely straight line down here. But it is what it is. It's mine and I'm happy with it. And I'm sure the next field will be better and the field after that will be better. And by the end of this series, when we have our 2,000 goats and, I'm growing grass everywhere on this in this town, I shall be much better at plowing fields together. All right, let's pick up 2 pallets at the same time. Can we do that? Oh, we missed the other one. Rude. All right, let's get this lettuce into the farm shop. I'm loving my little farm shop. This is called Crouch's Corner, by the way. $2,267 for that pallet of lettuce. Get the best prices there at Crouch's Corner. All right, we've got some spring onion and some Napa cabbage. So the next tractor for us is the AgroStar. It's 85 grand. 990. 773. Lettuce obviously being, you know, the big cash crop, but we just don't want to grow lettuce, right? People need all different sorts of foods to eat. So here on Crouch's farm, we grow all different sorts of food. And this is one thing that I'm really keen to expand out is the greenhouses. But how I've positioned these at the moment is kind of ridiculous. You know, I guess that is another thing. We are getting away with the John Deere for the work that we need to do. We could put the money towards more greenhouses or sorting out the yard here at the back and, you know, demolishing these greenhouses and repositioning them all, getting rid of the small greenhouse. You know, trying to load things out of this greenhouse is a pain. It's manageable, but I would like it to be a little bit neater. Maybe selling all the greenhouses and putting 2 large greenhouses here. I don't know how much they cost. We'll have a look in a minute. What's going on, Ninja? Some chili peppers. All right, and I think we've got another pallet of lettuce. $1,000 for some chili peppers. All right, let's grab this pallet of lettuce. So where are we at? We're at 35 grand. Not too bad. I think we've got a pallets of goat's milk we can sell also. I think the best price for goat's milk is in January, so we might hold on to that. Given that we can't sell it here at the farm shop, it's got to go to the dairy. We don't have our own dairy at the moment. Right, that's our greenhouse is taken care of. I want to have a quick look here in the menu. Where do we go? Is no, it's in the other menu. In here, construction. Under sheds, silos. No, it's under factories, yeah? Greenhouses. Okay, so a large greenhouse is 36 grand. And a medium one is 18. If I sell this one, I'm going to get 4 grand for it. And 8.5. And 8.5. I don't know why they're slightly different prices. Oh, I guess one's 12 months old, the other one's 14. I'm assuming the collection point for the large warehouse is exactly the same as these ones. It's along the side where the water tank is. So we kind of want these more easily accessible. So we've got money to buy one of these. we've got just enough money to buy a large greenhouse. So we could just put another greenhouse in, leave the ones that we have, create ourselves a nightmare in terms of getting goods out of here, and just put this greenhouse here. I guess if we put it here, it kind of wouldn't be too bad, because we can get access to this produce from this side to put into the shop. We can get access to the produce from the large greenhouse from this side to put into the shop. We can get access down here, and we've got like a little laneway. And that way, you know, we're not getting rid of anything. We're just adding at this stage. One thing I don't understand or I don't like is how the game sinks everything into the ground. I think I can put it in free place mode or something, but you can see it's going to sink it into the ground, which I don't like. But I'm thinking instead of getting rid of what I've got, I can just add this large greenhouse here. Again, we're going to end up with a water problem. 462,391 trips in the tiny little 2,000 litre water tank carrier that we've got. I don't really need a bigger tractor at this stage. I would like to buy more property. So I either spend the cash buck dollary dues we have on another greenhouse, which sort of finishes this back section, this back lot. We can't fit anything over here. It's all maxed out. We can't fit anything here. It's all maxed out. You know, we could create ourselves a nightmare and put a small greenhouse here. Is that a small greenhouse? What the hell's that? Greenhouse for rice saplings. Okay, small greenhouse. We could put another small greenhouse in here. You could probably fit 2 small greenhouses and create a nightmare trying to get milk out of there. But again, this is land that's just not being productively used right now. All right, I think I'm going to build the big greenhouse here. Let's get this tractor out of the way. We'll go back into that menu. It's... Yes, sir. All right, so... It's going to sink it into the ground, which I really don't like. But I don't know how to stop it from doing that. Maybe what we'll do is we'll just try smoothing out this land. Oh, God, good Lord, what just happened then? Who knows? Let's just smooth out all this land. And then... Do we still have enough money for our greenhouse? All right. Nope. It still looks like it's going to sink it into the ground. So be it. We can kind of have it close up against the back here. Oh, no. We need to get access to that fill point. I think this is really where we can put it, because otherwise our spawn point's going to kind of be on the road. Stuff it. It's in. Oh, God, I hate that. And now I don't think I can do anything about it now. Oh, maybe I can smooth this out a little bit. That's about it, hey? I guess it's not too bad. Oh well, it is what it is, ladies and gentlemen. How do I make it? Can I change its strength? What does that do? Oh well, it is what it is. We've got our new large greenhouse in. Exciting times. We need water. Let's organise some water. Let's organise what we're going to be growing in that large greenhouse. It's obviously going to be everything. I'm not min-maxing. I'm not just growing lettuce. We're trying to provide food. So 468,390 trips in the little water tank, and we'll get this filled up. Oh God, how much water is it going to take? Ugh. Mr. Metaphysical, how are you, my friend? Thank you for joining us. What is this nonsense? City Slicker pretending to be a farmer? Well, that's it, man. Eventually, I will be a farmer. This City Slicker will have 2,000 goats and all sorts of nightmares. We won't be doing 20 trips. We're just going to get a little bit of water into it, and I shall fill it up properly in my own sweet time. We'll just get a couple of tanks in there. Oh God, it was already full. But yes, we definitely need the bigger water carrier. Another greenhouse. Yes. All right, let's get some water in there. Okay, so the genius in me didn't realize that the water tank, whoa, hang on a minute, already had some water in it. So we went down to the creek for nothing. Let's head on inside and have a look. Look at this greenhouse. All right, so we really want to grow everything in here. How do I do that? I know I need to activate things. Okay, so activate. We want everything growing in here. 28,000 litres. The greenhouse can store 40,000 litres of water. It's got 5% water. We're going to have to go get some water. So the tomatoes, 1,056 cycles per month. So we're going to get a pallet of tomatoes each month. We're going to get a pallet of strawberries every second month. A pallet of spring onions every 3 months. Napa cabbage every sort of month and a half, every 2 months. Lettuce every month. Garlic sort of every month and a half. And chili peppers every 2 months. So, I mean, really, you're really interested in just growing lettuce and tomatoes if you want produce every month. But we're trying to provide a range. So we'll leave that as it is. Everything is in there. Look at that, planted. All right, we might do another trip in the water to make sure there's enough water in here for at least, you know, the next month, and then we're definitely not going to be doing 20 trips in this episode in the tractor to fill up that greenhouse, but we might do a couple. Just to make sure it's got a little bit of water, but otherwise there's not really much to do on the farm. Again, we're waiting for grass to grow. We're waiting for milk from the goats. There are a couple of pallets over there, but again, we'll wait until January to go sell goat's milk. That's when we're going to get the best price. I guess right now we're back on the grind. So we might do a couple of trips in the water tank just to make sure we've got a couple thousand litres in there. And then we'll have a look at what contracts we have available. It's almost 11 o'clock in the morning, 10:40. The day is disappearing. But let's get a couple of trips in the water tanker into that new large greenhouse. We've got 4 greenhouses now. It's so exciting. Greenhouses and goats, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we want here on Crouch's Farm. Metaphysical, you lived in the bush for 2 years. It was awesome. I put on 40 kilograms and needed weight loss surgery afterwards. So much good food and fresh and cheap. Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to having a property. Very much looking forward to it. Syrup does the water thing regularly. Yeah, well, we've got to keep things watered, don't we? You know, it's just one of those things, man. You tried to grow a veggie garden and the rabbits wrecked it. Ate all your veggies. I had a nice strawberry garden going for a little while. We got a couple of strawberries out of it before the freaking possums came and ate it all. Four greenhouses and still only the small tanker. I know, it's definitely the next upgrade. It's definitely the next upgrade. Although I don't mind, right? You know, like I've said, you know, it's such a chill out game that, you know, I will have an episode of whatever on in the background. And, you know, I just quite happily just drive backwards and forwards 20 times to refill this greenhouse. You know, it doesn't really bother me. Although having the time set to 5 times speed now, it kind of makes those sorts of things important, because I could just spend a whole month refilling my greenhouses with water and earn no money. Whereas in the beginning, when I was on 0.05 sometimes, or real time, it really wasn't a big issue. But I guess now, given that the month is just going to disappear, we do need to be a little bit more selective with how we spend our time. One more run and that greenhouse will have enough water for a little bit, hopefully. No idea how much water the big greenhouse uses. But hopefully, I think our silage should be ready soon. That'll give us something else to sell. Otherwise, contracts, more cultivating. Maybe a wood transport contract. I do enjoy those. I haven't done one for quite a few months now. Need to buy that piece of land. Skeet, I know, man. I think it's 500,000 though. I think it's 500,000. Eventually we're going to own the whole western side of town. Right, this will be the last tank for the moment. Gives the greenhouse a little bit of water. And I guess it's time to save the content to see what contracts are available here in December. There's not a great deal. No more harvesting contracts available in December. It's middle of winter. But we do have some cultivating contracts, some big ones. This will take us 63 days to do. But at the moment, where's this Deadwood contract up on the northeastern side of town? It's really our only source of income until we just keep adding more greenhouses, adding more goat pens. So let's grab all of these cultivating contracts. We do need to repair the tractor at some stage, but we don't have the cash buck dollary dues for that. So what have we got? We got 93 out past the biomass heating plant. 84's just down the road. We'll probably start with that, then we'll head over this way and go do the this bigger field, and then we'll cruise up this way. The biomass plant's sort of down this way. We'll cruise up past here, near Dave's place, and come and do field 46. Sounds like a good plan to me. I think we'll just leave the water tank just where it is. We might drop off this front loader because I'm forever planting it into the ground. We don't really need it at this point. Let's just drop it off over here. I think this is Katie's out the back here. We'll just drop that off. What do you mean detaching tool is not allowed in this state? There we go. That helps if we put it on the ground. All right, let's get our cultivator. We'll go do the field that's just down the road, kind of, and progress around, and then we'll see where we end up. Hey, Calypsia, how are you? I should probably get a shed for all my tools. I need a shed. I need a home. I'm still homeless. You good, are you? Tired? Long weekend? Yeah, we definitely need a piece of land where we can start building our homestead. Hey, we need a home. The cheapest home is 55 grand. At the moment, we've got $1,030. We need sheds for our equipment, just sitting out in the rain. Oh, goodness me. When I can afford another tractor, it'll be nice to get some contractors in to, you know, do some of these contracts. A little bit of extra income while I'm hopefully busy on the farm doing other things. All right. Sounds like you've been watching Crouch for a while then. Tends to make people tired. I know. Shameful business. Especially with this activity. I've fallen asleep a few times cultivating some of these huge fields with this tiny little cultivator. Nodded off in my chair and then woken up and the tractor's just been, you know, cruise control is on and it's just on a fence somewhere going brrrr. But it is very enjoyable. I've played so much of this game now. Well, in comparison, I guess, to some people, I haven't really played a great deal at all. But, you know, we've got 70 hours in this game now. I'm loving it, man. It's so much fun. Glad you're enjoying it. I played a good bit recently. I started with a basic farm in the beginning, though. Yeah, this has been a really fun challenge. You know, starting with only 100 grand, no equipment, no land, not being able to loan or not being able to take loans or use leased equipment. It's really been a big challenge. It's been a constant grind, which I've thoroughly enjoyed. But I was saying earlier on, I think I'm keen to start a second series which I'll run in parallel, called Pigs and Little, with some of the brewery mods. I'm very keen to have a pig farm and a brewery. As I mentioned earlier in the stream, my homebrew setup, which currently isn't set up. It's great fun. I had so much fun building that. It's fully electric, and I built that completely from scratch, including the control panel and everything. Obviously following a lot of the guys from the electricbrewery.com. It's pretty much a clone of the electricbrewery.com. But it's so fun. I really enjoy using that brewery. It's not operational at the moment, but as all home brewers do, we all have these little delusions that we have our own little brewing business and name our breweries. Mine is called Pigs and Little. So I want to, I want to do another series with a pig farm and a brewery. You gotta wait a long time to harvest all your canola clips here. You see, I'm not doing any crops in this one, which is why I want that second series, because I want to have the barley, I want to have the wheat. I want a good brewery mod that, will use both of those, because, beer's just not made from barley, right? It's got all different sorts of grains in it. A Daggerwind clone, except he has a buddy helping. Yeah, but except Daggerwind started with 0 cash buck dollary dues, but he started with some equipment. And a property. So his was a $0 challenge. That's the one I'm watching at the moment. I'm not watching his other series. I think that's got 176 episodes. But his $0 challenge started with $0, but started with a property and equipment. Excuse me. He has too many series to keep track of. Well, he's only got the 2 at the moment. The $0 challenge. Well, as far as I'm aware, they're the ones I constantly see in my subscriptions. $0 challenge and the Hunten Pentai. I'm really butchering this end of the field. You're pretty sure it's 3? Yeah, he could have 3. I think in the last stream that we did for Farming Simulator, when we got a little bit way through the field work, I sort of put the camera back on and then I chopped that out in the episode for Crouch's Farm. But it's much easier for me to just scrub through the footage looking for the camera when it's on screen, because when the camera's on screen, that's when I need to stop the time lapse. So I apologize for having my camera off for the whole stream. I'm sure that's enjoyable for some people, and other people are bitterly disappointed they can't see my beautiful face. But it just makes producing the episodes for Crouch's Farm a lot easier. But I'm here. I was just about to say Q comment from Slash, but he beat me to it. I gotta say, I love this country playlist that's on Epidemic Sound. A lot of these songs have instrumental versions as well as the vocal versions. Shade has been thrown. All right, so the plan then. We need that bigger water tank. The bigger water tank, I think, 16 grand or 18 grand or something for the bigger water tank. We're definitely going to need that. The goats are happy. They've got food, they've got water. We'll check on them a little bit later on. We do have enough grass bales, both the big round ones and the small little 120 centimetre square bales. So we've got food for them until the next time we can harvest the grass. Or cut the grass, I guess. No, it's a grass harvest, right? I don't want to sell any of the goat's milk until January. That's when the price is going to be at its best. I don't think I'm doing too badly. You know, 16 months in, got a good range of equipment. We've got 3 fields, 4 greenhouses, a small one, 2 medium and a large. We still have no money, but that will hopefully eventually change as our goat enterprise continues to mature. But it's a grind, I tell you what, I desperately need a bigger tractor. Harvested grass hits different. Oh man. I can't wait for season 5 of Clarkson's Farm. It's probably going to be next year, right? It's probably going to be next year. We're almost finished season 4. Again. It is for me, I suppose, at this point, a little bit like Harry Potter or Lord of the Rings or The Hobbit or Stargate. You know, I've watched it now a couple of times. It is one of those shows that I can just put on. And even though I've seen it, I still laugh, I still chuckle, I still look forward to the stupidness. They're recording at the moment, are they, Slash? Yes, sir. Let's go. I freaking love it. You did get some chickens on your farm clips here? You like them, just feed them and they produce eggs? See, I don't produce anything I can feed the chickens with. So I'd have to buy the chicken feed. But to grow a crop that I can feed to the chickens, I need to get a combine. And I don't think I'm really going to invest in a combine just to grow something to feed the chickens. So then I've got that situation where, you know, how much do I invest in the food in return for the eggs? I'm sure there's a profit in it. Of course there would be. But see, the goats I can feed myself from my own grass fields. It'd be nice to feed my own chickens from my own field, but I think maybe, you know, in the Pigs and Little series, where I'm growing wheat and barley, you know, I'll probably have some chickens because I can then feed them. Hang on, I've gone the wrong way. Yeah, you bought the feed clips yet, because I didn't have anything, but it's fine. You've got a bunch now. Maybe later you'll have more farm space and be able to grow the wheat. Yeah. The default farm starts with 3 cows. You just sold them off. Get rid of those cows, man. You want to get some dairy cows to produce milk. You don't have anything to feed them right now. Cows need to eat, what is it? TMR? Or do they eat hay? I also like this song. Oh God, this field is a nightmare. Oh, we're going to go 1 kilometer an hour up this bloody hill. Oh, this is a 40-minute field. Oh, we need that more powerful tractor. This hill is brutal. I forgot about this field. There's another couple of fields up north. They just have the steepest hills, and this little John Deere, 114 horsepower, it just doesn't cope very well at all. 5 likes on the old YouTube tonight. Thank you, guys. Bit of the old Farm Simulator 25. The TMR is the best, yeah. And like food has different percentages of efficiency, right? Like I'm pretty sure cows can eat hay, yeah? But the TMR is what? Hay, straw, and silage that you need to mix up in a mixing wagon. 208 kilometers an hour. This is incredible. Go, you little green beast. Maybe I should get a Lamborghini. Oh, this field is so big. Guess that's why it's worth over $7,000. I want to say a huge thank you again for all the amazing support I've had here at Crouch After Dark. It's allowed me to pay for another license for Epidemic Sound for Croucher's Farm, which is allowing me to listen to this cool music and have it played on YouTube and Twitch without having to worry about copyright and all that sort of stuff. I did see earlier on in the chat, Rhino said he's put his details for the server that he's set up in Discord, so I'm keen to jump into there. If you're still watching, Rhino, how did you set it up? As like one huge big farm, or as, you know, people having their own individual properties? I've never been involved in a multiplayer. Are you still trying to sort the server out? Okay. This is a big field, man. If we're going to have fields this size, we definitely need a bigger tractor so we can have bigger implements. I need a bigger boat. Keeps putting you in as a user and with no money. You'd have less trouble with the hills tilling sideways. Yeah, on some of the hills, some of the fields up north, I need to till some sections of that sideways because the hill's just so steep that if I till the steep side sideways, or the steep part sideways, then I can just till the bottom of the field. It's long like this one, again with a hill at one end. Skeet, this game is it's on, what? This game is next on my list. It's so good, man. Just get it now, man. Just get it now. When Rhino gets his server set up, we can all get in there for some harvest festivals, man. It's chillaxing in a time sink. Yep. Well, I mean, this is it, right? You know, I've got cruise control on, then I push my right trigger forward and that activates the GPS. And now I'm just sitting here chilling out, leaning back in my chair, having a chat. Normally I'd have something on in the background, you know, when I'm recording episodes offline. You know, I normally have, you know, something on in the background. It's been Crouch's Farm. That's where we are right now. Clarkson's Farm in the background, which has been so entertaining. There's been some times where there's like been just comedy moments in the show, and I'm right at a point in the game where I've got to talk to camera, and I'm just sitting there chuckling and giggling. And in a couple of episodes, you'll hear me say, "Listen, I'm sorry, I'm listening to Clarkson's Farm in the background," and it's just hilarious. You would if you could, Skeet. You're short on funds right now. Yeah, mate. It's so much fun. It's just, yeah, like Slash said, it's just chillaxing. Man, it's 1 o'clock already. The whole day is just going to disappear. People find Clarkson funny. It's so good. He infuriates me and makes me want to throw things at the telly. He's so good. Can't wait for the fishing DLC. I haven't even explored any of the DLCs yet. Man, there's thousands of hours, man. Kids are expensive. Yeah, I know Charlotte was just talking about her shopping list for her birthday this year. She's got, you know, $1,500 of stuff in a shopping cart of stuff she wants for her birthday. I've just noticed it's 1 o'clock and we still have another field to do. The whole day is just going to disappear. We need a bigger tractor. I mean, contracts are just part of the future here on Crouch's Farm for a while until the farm grows, right? We're not really producing anything outside of a few vegetables a month and a little bit of goat's milk. And that's going to be the case for a while until we can buy more fields, you know, get more silage, baled up and fermenting away, more goats producing more milk. I mean, you know, we're not growing any other crops. So contract work is going to be a big part, you know, of the next year at least, here on Crouch's Farm. So I need a bigger tractor. I need bigger implements because these fields, you know, I enjoy this cultivating. It's just super relaxing. Like people are saying in chat, it's just chillaxing, right? It's great. I really enjoy it, but it takes ages. And especially now with our time set at 5 times, I think, you know, as the farm grows and there's more things to do on the farm and we need more time in the day, we might dial that back a little bit. But for right now, I've got it set to 5 times. And the day's just disappearing. It's 1 already. It's going to be 3 o'clock by the time we finish this field. And then we've still got field 46. I mean, we're going to make reasonable money from these contracts, but still, the day is disappearing, man. It's December. It's a short month, I suppose. It's going to be dark by 5. With the fishing DLC on a server, I'll just be off fishing somewhere. Every game needs fishing. I mean, they've even spoken about it in Star Citizen, right? When are we getting fishing? Excuse me. Yeah, it's 100% going to be 3 o'clock by the time we finish this field. It is worth $7,000 something dollars. It's not a small chunk of change. I don't know what the next purchase should be. I mean, the bigger water wagon would be good. But like I said before, you know, I don't mind between episodes just chilling out, watching an episode of something, and just doing a whole bunch of water runs, you know, offline, so to speak, or between episodes. So I wouldn't say that's a priority for me. I really think saving up for, we haven't checked the used vehicle sales. Not that we could really buy anything, but it'd be kind of nice to know what I'm missing out on. I think I really need to save up for that bigger tractor, because with a bigger tractor I can finally get the roller, and with the roller I can increase the yield on the fields. You know, 2/3 of the field needs to be rolled. Just realized while I was talking to chat, and again, if you want to come and hang out with me live as I film some of the episodes live over on Crouch After Dark, both on Twitch and YouTube, there's links in the video description. You can come and hang out with me. I've realized I haven't checked the used vehicle special, so whilst we've got this long run, let's check it. Headers are attached to harvesters, a winch to pull wood out of the forest, a bale loader eases the collection of bales. Ooh. This will do square and round bales. This is an odd size of bale, 238 centimeters or 488 centimeters. More headers. Oh, goodness. Hang on. This... How does this collect bales? Or do I reverse into the bales? Do I need to reverse into the bales? Oh, it's also for a semi-truck. No. Almost at the end of the road. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's anything in the store. Not that I can afford anything. We've got $1,025. But like I said to live chat, you know, it'd be nice to know what I'm missing out on. No doubt at this point there'd be a tractor in there at like 60% off. And I'll be like, well, you know, that's that gone. Or do I just say, okay, look, put the time on 0.05 and just grind contracts? but there's nothing there. They're back to this field. It's now 1:40. It's going to be easily 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock by the time we finish this field. And we've still got another one. It's a long day in the sea. Yeah, you got to back up. The floor works kind of like a chainsaw. Okay. Yeah, I don't like that idea. And it's December, so the sun will be going down early, right? Yeah, it'll be dark by 5. It's a short month. It's a short month. And with this little 4-meter wide cultivator, we desperately need a bigger tractor. I think we've got enough money invested in the farm now. I think we just kind of need to burn through a few months. Do a couple of contracts each month, save up our cash buck dollar dues. Maybe in, March or April, I'm thinking we'll be able to buy a new tractor. 85 grand we need for the AgroStar. And that'll be a good tractor for us for a while. 230 horsepower. Doesn't have a front loader attachment, but I mean, we can keep the John Deere. I mean, it's done 57 hours now, and it's quite badly damaged, so it needs some good repair. But I can't imagine it's going to be worth a lot. And if I keep the John Deere rather than trading it in, then I have it as a second tractor that I can put, a contractor in to do, these sorts of fields and stuff. Oh, you bought a vehicle shop, did you, Calypso? You can repair your own vehicles? Yeah. I mean, these are all the things we'll have on the farm eventually. When it's a big farm, it's going to be so nice. Double the horsepower, treble the cultivator, you'd be good to go. Yeah. Well, I mean, we go from the John Deere being 114 horsepower up to 230 in the AgroStar. That'll definitely pull the implements that we need. It'll be fun when we can all play together on a farm too. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. That I would really get into. I've spoken about, Star Citizen and, getting other people involved and, multiplayer stuff, but I don't know. But in this game, 100% yes. Having multiple people, either all working on the same farm or, everybody has their own farms. And, I think it's just the fact that, in a custom server or a private server where people can just log in and out and play whenever they want, you don't have to be online and other people have to get in your tractor sort of thing. I can just be chilling out there working on my field or working on a field at the farm or whatever, and somebody else can pop on and, then we can say, actually, I need some help harvesting this field. Do you want to grab a tractor and a trailer while I'm in the combine, or can you jump in a combine and I'll drive a tractor, and, all of that sort of stuff. That's going to be super enjoyable. That I would 100% get into. Oh my God, we're 50% of the way through this field. And it's 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. It'll be 3 o'clock by the time we finish this field. And then we've got to do field 46, which isn't a huge field, but it's not a small one either. So yeah, this is all we're going to have time for in December. it's on these types of really long fields that have these long runs where I've been playing it, like, especially after work, and like I just want to play for a couple of hours. I'll record like part of an episode or whatever when I fall asleep in my chair here, and then I end up crashed into that tree that's directly in front of us, and the engine's just revving and revving away. It's normally not for long. It's like a couple of minutes, like a little micro sleep, right? This happened a couple of times, and when I've been editing, I've run, oh, yep, that's the point where I fell asleep. And you just see the tractor drive off the field, crash into a fence, and just sit there for like 3 minutes. Falling asleep in your tractor. Yep. Especially, it happens on the fields up north where the tractor's going 2 kilometers an hour because the hills are just so steep that this little tractor can't cope. That it's just going so slow that the fields take ages. That's why you set up the steering assist thing to disable the cruise control at the end of the road. Oh, can you do that? Let's go, little tractor. You can do it. I've seen there's a few YouTube channels that I haven't subscribed to, but, you know, I might check them out again, that have just come up in my feed, you know, over the years, of these massive Australian farms. And, you know, no doubt it's the same in the US, and where they just have these huge fields, like thousands of hectares, and these massive tractors with huge implements on them. It's crazy. It's amazing. Excuse me. I've been looking at rural properties again, and it's crazy. Just in the last couple of years, I think last time we were looking, when we were actually thinking of moving to a property, we were looking, you know, around. And, you know, you could pick up 30 acres, about an hour and a half outside of Melbourne, up sort of Bendigo Way or out past Ballarat. You could pick up 30 acres, you know, not in the best places, but, you know, for 80, 90, 100 grand. Now those same properties, like around St. Arnaud or, which is up near Bendigo, you know, they're 280, 250, 280, 310 for those same, you know, 30-acre bush blocks. It's crazy. Yeah, some of the super modern machines can be synced, so you can run 4 abreast, staggered, and they all go exactly the same velocity, no chance of running into each other. Tend to field 4 times as quick. Yeah. Yep. Well, that's the thing. That's multiplayer farming right there, man. Oh, excuse me. Oh yeah, have you put the links to the mods and stuff that we need, Rhino? I haven't looked. Let me have a look. You know, I want a nice, simple little farm. Nice, small little tractor. You know, 20, 30, 40 acres. Quitler. Let's go. I'll do it when you try to get into the server. I see. Sweet. Yeah, no, a nice quick, not quick, but a nice mechanical tractor. Something that can be fixed. I was watching an episode on John Deere. Oh, not an episode on John Deere, but a video on John Deere. Just last night, I think. And the right to repair and, you know, subscription models for software and all that sort of stuff. Nope. Give me a nice little Massey Ferguson with an engine and a gearbox. Like to grow hops, have my little microbrewery, have some pigs, and maybe, depending on the property, a barley field. And depending on the region, that I'd lease to somebody else to grow barley on it for me. Beer and bacon. Pigs and little. Pigs and little. I mean, Charlotte's very much a farm girl. She loves to be outside and, you know, she loves animals and...
I love cats.
She loves pigs.
And cats.
And cats.
And horses.
And horses. And dogs. We're really not making the best use of the cultivator on this run, are we? But it is the line the GPS has sent us on, so we shall just persevere. We'll see how we go with this episode here in December. And then I might try and join you, Rhino. See if we can get into this multiplayer server. Let me iron out the kinks first, move. No! The kinks are ironed out by doing. Let me help iron out the kinks. I love ironing. Oh, man. Ironing is so much fun. My wife, she finds it so funny. Her parents bought me a really nice steam iron a couple of years ago. I love it. I love ironing. It's like mowing the grass, you know, each time you pass, especially with the steam iron that I've got. You just go down a shirt and all the wrinkles are gone. Love it. Well, it's 3 o'clock. It's 3 o'clock and we're only 82% of the way through this field. It's going to be dark soon. We've still got another field to do. I think December is not necessarily a write-off in terms of getting things done. There wasn't really much to do around the farm. But I think we'll only get these 3 contracts done before the sun disappears. We don't have too much left to do, but at least 3:30 to get to the end of this field. Field 46, which is up next, isn't huge, but it's going to take time as well. Excuse me. But yeah, we might not be able to get too much more done in December, which isn't a bad thing because we still need to get our field 100% fertilized, which we need to do hopefully in January, and then February we'll get our first cut. We'll finish up these contracts, head back to the farm and see what's going on. But I desperately need to save up whatever monies we get now for a new tractor. Because these contracts on these steep hills with this tiny little cultivator, I just need to be more efficient. And we can't do that with this little tractor. Plus, we need to get a roller so we can roll our grass field. And we can't do that with this John Deere. So we need the 85 grand for the AgroStar. So no more purchasing stuff for the farm. We've just got to collect whatever income we can from the farm and whatever income we can from contracts. And then put that towards, a tractor. Maybe something over the next couple of months might pop up in the used vehicle sales. But I was talking to Chat before saying, maybe March or April, I think I'll have enough money, hopefully, to be able to get that tractor. And we've got a bunch of silage that's sitting there that's probably finished fermenting. That'll be good to sell. That's going to give us, 15 grand? How many bales do we have? I think we've got 11 bales. It's about $1,000, a little bit over $1,000 per bale. So maybe 13,000 in silage. What is the price for silage right now? Let's have a quick look. So it's at the very lowest, of course it is. But again, there's not a huge amount of difference between its low point at 217 and its high price at 219 per 1,000 litres. So it's not a big issue, not a big deal. In the farmer's market, it's quite close to our house. We'll just take it there and sell it. It doesn't really matter what time of year it is, I suppose. For a $2 difference, it doesn't really matter too much. But yeah. Bale is 5.5 or 5,500 litres. So yeah, a little over, $1,000 for a bale. All right. Back to the grind. Gonna be tractor rich, but house poor. What should you be showing as Rhino? As a mod? I should show as Rhino. Ah, I see. No. Mr. Metaphysical. No work here on the Panic Scare. This is a long field. It's a big one. This is where the time goes. I mean, I guess if you're busy on your own farm and you're doing all different sorts of things and you've got all different sorts of crops and you know different sorts of productions and sawmills and greenhouses and all that sort of stuff, then there's plenty to do. But life on Croucher's farm, we're just about grass and goats. It's just brutal, slowing down to 4 kilometers an hour like that. All right, we're almost done. 99%. Freedom. Freedom. There we go, we're done. All right, let's get out of here. Head over to field 46. I reckon it's going to take us an hour to do that. It's going to push us over into, what, 4, maybe 5 o'clock. And by that stage, the sun will be gone. Which I guess means January could be a good month. We've got silage to sell. We'll have some produce to sell. We'll have goat's milk to sell. But December being a short month, the sun's going to be setting soon. There's not too much more we'll be able to do. I mean, the only thing that we've got at the farm to do is to sell the silage. So maybe if we can squeeze that in, I guess it doesn't make too much of a difference, I suppose, if we sell it in December or January. The goat's milk we want to sell in January because that's when we're getting the best prices. Okay. Yeah, I guess we just finish this up and head back to the farm. Maybe. Maybe. Oh no, I did check for the Deadwood contracts. It's out west, isn't it? We just finish off this contract and see where we go. Last strip is downhill. Can he hit 20 kilometers an hour? No, because the implement's only restricted. I think the implement has a maximum speed of 16 kilometers an hour. So you guys are getting it working, hey? You can make... looks like when someone joins, they need to join the farm. Or they can make their own farm. Where are all these farmland pedestrians coming from? Where are they going? Yeah, exactly. Money isn't personalised, it's associated with the farms. Oh, they're nutting it out. They're nutting it out. So when you join, you make your own farm. And boom, money. So how much monies do we get for our own farm? Is that something that you can customize, Rhino? What's a good amount of money, do you reckon, to start a farm? 250 grand? 100K to start. Oh, it's brutal. That's what I started with, and it's been brutal. Do you start with any equipment, or you just start with 100 grand and then you just get plonked into the map? I do like that though. I'm all about that grind. Just the money. No land, no equipment, just 100 grand. Let's go. Let's go. It's Crouch's
Quest?
Farm multiplayer.
I'm already on a quest.
So good. You can lease equipment, which makes it easier. Ah, yeah, that's true. Oh, I'm looking forward to this, man. I think the admin needs to make new farms. Ah. Whose farm do you want to join? How many farms would there be? Ah, so if we do separate farms, the admin can make new farms. I see. So is it going to be one big farm, like a cooperative, Rhino? Or is everyone going to have their own little farms? And we can all just play together and... Made 8 farms. I like it. I like it. I like that. It's that has a real nice community feel to me. You know, everybody has their own farm. You know, we can all help each other out. Hey, can you come and, you know, harvest? You know, I don't have a combine yet. Can you come and harvest my field? Purple is a great color. And when I join that server clips here, you must move to a different farm. I like that. I like both ideas. I like, you know, working on a big farm. But I think I prefer the idea of having my own little farm. Everybody has their own little farm. And that way, you know, people doing different sorts of things. People have different equipment. I'll allow you to share my favorite color. I think orange is my favorite color. When we had our office, when I had my software company, when we had our office in the city, I wanted to paint the inside of all the door sills orange, of the window sills. And my wife was dead set against it. And so I just did it anyway. And she came around, she was like, that's made such a huge difference to the office. You know, it's just a white office in the city, right? With grey carpet and it made such a huge difference. And then even in my warehouse, in my factory, I put some feature walls in that were orange, and that just changed up, you know, especially down the back where we had, you know, a bunch of machinery and stuff. It just changed the place completely. Yeah, so I think orange is my favorite color. So if there's an orange farm, that's Crouch's farm. Back to 4 kph. Let's go. We're losing the light. 51% complete. I'm so much looking forward to a multiplayer game. In the US, if an office has any color, it's almost always blue. Which you hate. Oh, well, they tried. Yeah, blue and grey are big office colours. They're both very neutral colours. Whereas orange just smacks you in the face. It's a very calming colour though. It's a very creative colour. Which is why I wanted to put it both in my software development company and in my factory, where we designed and manufactured stuff for tabletop games. As Campaign Terrain very well knows. Why are we going there? It's a little bit random. I GPS'd onto the wrong line. Got a little bit of snowfall here in December. I have snow turned off, so it's not accumulating on the ground, but it's still falling. And we're definitely going to be finishing up December after this field. I think we're going to run out of daylight for anything meaningful to happen. The sun is already disappearing on the horizon. It's 4:30. We're 67% of the way through this field. I don't know what's going on with my GPS right now. But it hasn't been a bad month. You know, we haven't earned huge amounts of money. $2,333, $7,222, and $2,500. But there'll be produce on the farm in January. We get to fertilize our fields again. Hopefully everything gets to 100%. I'm not sure what I've done to the GPS to make it so skew-if. But skew-if it is. But certainly the next purchase has to be a tractor. I don't think anything in the store has changed, no. All right, back to this last field. You like orange as well, CT? Maybe you should switch it up from the green I've used on your channel logo for years. Orange is a nice color, man. Are we there yet? No. We're a long way from being there. Well, that's not true. We're 80% of the way there. Crouch from 1 a.m. Can we play Star Citizen? Star Citizen tonight, ladies and gentlemen, 9 p.m. Tonight we shall be back into some Star Citizen. But we'll finish up this episode shortly. And then I'm going to try and jump into this multiplayer server. See if I can get myself set up there. And with other members of the town, with their permission, I might record some content there. Maybe that's where I'll set up Pigs and Little on a multiplayer server. I like that idea. We need a brewery, Rhino. We need a brewery mod. So come and hang out tonight, Metaphysical. More Star Citizen tonight. I think I'll just log on to my main, do a bit of random stuff. .2.1 must be pretty close, must be coming up this week or something. I haven't really been following along on anything now for a couple of weeks. I've just been totally immersed in the farm here. Trying to find a way to stop people buying the base game factories. You cannot buy the sawmill. Well, there goes the light. The sun is well and truly disappearing on the horizon. Contract finished. Let's get out of here. The day is truly at an end. Oh, goodness. Curbs strike again. We've got some cashback dollary due. Dave's is just around the corner here. I think we'll stop and repair the tractor. We might stop at the fuel station, which is sort of just around the corner as well. Refuel, even though we do have a fuel tank on the property now. It's the best thing about that fuel tank is it's just going to remind me to oh boy, sorry about that. Whoever's car that is. I wasn't here. I don't know what happened. We can keep the tractor refueled because that's just going to remind me. $130 to repair the cultivator. $2,500 to fix the John Deere. Good Lord. Well, that's that last contract that we just completed that paid for the repairs. Oh, dear me. Needs to be done, I suppose. It's our only tractor. It's our workhorse. We need it in operating condition. Oh, let's get some lights back on. We shall refuel. It's surprising that I've ran out of fuel so many times when the fuel station is so close to home. Well, actually, it's not surprising at all. It's totally a me thing. Let's refuel. Let's head back to the farm. And there's not really too much more we can do in the darkness other than just do a quick run around and a check on things and see where we are, so we can be somewhat prepared for January. I'm pretty sure the silage is going to be good to go. We'll see how the goats are in terms of their milk production. We're going to try and find our way through this forest at night, although there won't be any leaves on the trees, so it might be easier than it has in the past, especially when the whole place is covered in foliage. Well, that was relatively painless. All right, let's drop the cultivator off here. Make a quick stop here and check on the silage. Yep, all good to go. Lovely. We can sell that in January. Let's go check on our greenhouses. I was going to say there's lights up there, but no, those are the points, right? All right. It's torch time. Oh, we've got some produce we can sell. Yes, sir. This little small greenhouse is really not that efficient. We'll check on the goats. Under torchlight. They've got food, they've got water. They need to have a restock of both. Food and water. Food and water, need water. 721 litres of milk. 845 litres of milk. So we might have a couple of pallets to sell in January. 1,000 litres, 261 litres. Oh boy. Well, ladies and gentlemen, December here on Crouch's Farm. A very quick month. The sun has disappeared. It's 5:30. It rose late, set early. It's winter time. No northern lights. We've got grass work in January. We've got crop work in January. We've got husbandry work in January. We're finishing up with $10,331, a fully repaired tractor, a month of activity ahead of us. It's been an absolute joy and an absolute pleasure. And if you've made it this far in the episode, thank you for joining me here once again on Crouch's Farm, where we're turning this city slicker into a farmer and growing our goat empire to 2,000 goats. I shall see you all again in January for what I believe will be episode 7. Until then, take care and I'll see you next time. Bye. Holy cow! Yeah, if I repair before 75%, it's cheaper. Yeah, you got to repair often. Refuel often, repair often. You'll be there in your best Space Quokka t-shirt. Thank you, Metaphysical. I shall see you then. About time we get rid of them YouTubers. Oh, the dear YouTubers. Well, ladies and gentlemen, 2 episodes filmed tonight. Crouch's Farm. I love this game. It's so much fun. And it's going to be so much fun in multiplayer mode. It's 1 a.m. and the ninja is still awake. I need to get that sorted out. I need to have me a crumpet or something to eat. And I need to see about getting into this multiplayer server that Rhino's been setting up. What a legend. I'm 100% there for it. Thank you for joining me tonight. For this short 4-hour stream, a little bit of Farming Simulator 25. I'll be back later on tonight with some Star Citizen from 9 p.m. usual time this Sunday evening. I hope you all have a fantastic day or a fantastic evening if you're chilling out on my side of the world. Thank you for a very active chat. Thank you once again to Rhino for the efforts and Calypsia for helping sort out some of the issues. Back to Syrup Series. I'm going to chill out for a little bit. I'm going to see about my multiplayer mode. I shall catch everybody next time. Take care. Appreciate you all. Thank you for the support. Push this button here.